into this virtual environment. So it's a little bit of change, but I think it was a necessary decision to be happy to include our very important moment of having fresh eyes, the jurors, the members of the jury, to see the students' presentations and to give some fresh feedback and hopefully some meaningful discussions that we can have on the topics that have been open. So this year, in collaboration with Vienna Design Week here in Vienna, and just to say welcome in the virtual environment to all the students, to all the participants, to show everybody who's actually in the room right now. So 20 very ambitious young professionals or students that have been working for the past week or past 2 weeks very intensely, more than 14 days, over weekends, without hesitation and without any breaks, on their or your projects to culminate now with this final presentation. So the second introduction is of who we are as the mentors. So I'm really happy this year to work with you, Aline. As all of you know, Aline is a journalist and design curator, a very successful one. And recently we were very glad to see how the BIA exhibition went on when she was co-curating this with Thomas Geisler, who is also in the room. And then Amanda, who joined us last year. She's studying at TU and Angewandte simultaneously. And of course, Jakob Traunig, who is doing this exercise of once a year having a nanotourism visiting schools together with us since the beginning. Aline, would you please introduce our guests today?
Yes. So hello, everyone. Good morning. I'm super happy to have you guys here, Thomas, Tina, Lily. I'm happy also to be part of this crazy intensive workshop this year. I have to say it was super challenging for me as well, but extremely rewarding to see the level of the students and participants, of their research and their results. So I'm happy to share this with you guys. To introduce everyone, it's really a pleasure as well, but I don't know who to start with, so maybe I'll just go by alphabetic order. So start with Thomas, who is an amazing design curator and also a good friend. And we curated Bio together, as you guys know. And he's also the director of the Kunstgewerbe Museum in Dresden. And many other things, including co-founding the Vienna Design Week together with Lili and Tuga. And also one of the initiators of Passionswege that we're gonna discuss in one of the projects in our group. So welcome, Thomas, if you want to say hello to everyone. And I'm happy that you're here in another project together somehow, right? Next, I'll talk about Tina. Of course, you guys know Tina and Aljosa are married and work together in several fronts, including in nanotourism, of course. She's an amazing architect, practitioner, and professor, head director, whatever, of the TU, what's the name of the unit? Architecture, Typology and Design of TU Vienna. And she together with Aljosa, they developed nanotourism as a concept and also as a research platform that is part of the AA. It's don't need any introductions for the AA. So thank you for being with us today, Tina, and hello. And Lily, I mean, I don't think we need to introduce you since we've been talking about Vienna Design Week for the past 2 weeks. But Lily is one of the co-founders of Vienna Design Week, and today is the director of Vienna Design Week, and has been working with this festival for what, 14 years now? Yes, almost, yeah. And each year, the Vienna Design Week has this specialty to be super hyper local, so has its focus district, and this is one of the reasons we choose to work with this team of art festivals, design festivals with Vienna Design Week because of the specificity. So I would like to say welcome and hello, and we're very happy to have you here to listen to our projects. And we have another juror, Petra Stolba, who is not with us now because she's going to join later at around 12:30. And she is the CEO of the Austrian National Tourist Office since 2006 and has been operating with them for in several capacities. And when she comes, then I will introduce her then, if it's okay. So yes, welcome. And then we continue with Alyosha's presentation now.
Thank you, Alina. So let's go quickly through an introduction that is going to give you a little bit of pretext of what we are doing here and why we are doing this thing. So first, to contextualize what a visiting school really is, it is one of the departments of the Architectural Association, an architectural school from London. And visiting school works in a way as a very huge collective of different kind of agendas that are happening all around the world in a very local based environments with very different individual agendas. So that's a map of one of the previous years of this kind of a more or less 2 weeks, sometimes 1 week, sometimes 3 weeks long workshops or summer schools that are simultaneously happening through the year in different kind of time slots. But it's, I think, important to be aware that what we are doing here, we are part of this kind of larger agenda of a visiting school model of education that AA has put forward a little bit more than a decade ago. So we are here with our individual agenda, asking ourselves why tourism matters in the first place. And as you might be well aware that tourism plays a huge role in our society, it affects us on everyday basis, whether we are traveling somewhere or whether we are just kind of living our lives in our own home environments. It represents also 1/10 of world's GDP, jobs that are being around the world. And it's as an industry, it's also surpasses by the business volume also automobile industry or food industry, which kind of it's very, very huge. But the problem of tourism is that predominantly comes across as a mass tourism model, which is always the same and doesn't change anything in relation to local specificities, whether this context is built, cultural, political, social, whatever it is, very different in different spots in the world, but mass tourism model is kind of one and the same all the time. And that's a big problem that we kind of wanted to, in a way, be critical towards. So thinking about that, we remembered a quote of Buckminster Fuller, architect, inventor, innovator, and thinker, who said the following: "You never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete." So with that in mind, we asked ourselves that if after decades of booming tourism industry with wide impact on territories and economies all over the world, are there any different non-intrusive ways of tourism or visiting places or even experiencing our own home environments? things like this, where the word tourist is not, it's not a very positive one, it's a pejorative word, are popping up all over the world. That's a panel somewhere in Venice that kind of describes the situation that we don't want to be tourists as a shallow observers or consumers traveling the world or experiencing the world, but we want to be travelers. We want to be inhabitants and have a deeper relationship with environments that we are experiencing. And it's important to say that this type of alternative, it's not something new. This is happening all over the world. If you think only of a very kind of spread example of agrotourism, it does kind of the same or similar things. So giving all of these different things a name, a nanotourism, is just a tool or strategy how to actually identify it, this kind of activities, and by giving it a name, we can discuss and speak about this. So what is nanotourism? We have started with that question in a way 7 years ago in 2014 in Bio50 in Ljubljana, where Tina and I were leading a research group within the Biennale, where we at the end produced a booklet and a working title or working definition of what nanotourism is or could be, that goes like that. Nanotourism is a constructed term describing a creative critique to the current environmental, social, and economic downsides of conventional tourism. And nanotourism is in a way defined as a participatory, locally oriented, bottom-up alternative. I think it's also important to say that nanotourism is not only about scale. It's more an ability to construct responsible experiences in a bottom-up process using local resources. And also that nanotourism is in a way beyond tourism. It's more an attitude to improve specific everyday environments. And it is also an opportunity for new local microeconomies. That's a diagram of certain keywords that you could say that nanotourism is, and on the other hand is not. So it's critical, participatory, bottom-up, site-specific, local, social, responsible, inventive, educative. In this sense, a nanotourism visiting school is also an example of nanotourism. So all of these keywords and others, we were looking at how they relate to the projects that students were doing for the past 2 weeks. If I would need to only emphasize one keyword, it would be participation. Participation kind of reverses or kind of turns over this kind of consumerism effect of the conventional tourism into something, into different relationship between the provider and nanotourist, where the exchange of knowledge of whatever can go in both directions, which eventually mean that these two sides can also switch places in a certain point of time. So nanotourism visiting school has been running now for the 7th year. We have been always doing every year roughly 4 projects with student groups that are presented on our website as archived depository of the project that have been constructed. There are always kind of a critical approach towards existing ways of visiting places, but at the same time introducing local ingredients, collaborating with local community, and ending up into a tangible, buildable, one-to-one scale proposal of a project, a prototype that could be tested on real users and that could be kind of recorded the users' feedback. The same also this year. So we've been in different kind of places through this period of time. Very different context, and this year in Vienna in collaboration with Design Week, maybe just there are many reasons, but one kind of obvious reason why this is super interesting for us to work with Vienna Design Week is because we find extremely interesting the model of Vienna Design Week, how it relates to the city of Vienna in a model where every year or every time it is focused to a different district, and in this sense it creates a special relationship with different super local parts of the city. So that kind of relationship, or the model of building relationship with the city, with the urban environment and its social entity, it was very interesting for us. So it's always about something that relates in a public space with its social potential and social contents. So the process that has been done this past 2 weeks is as follows. So we kind of asked the students to kind of wrap around this kind of setup or description, or maybe like kind of very simple description of what architecture and design could be. So we asked to make a relationship or to wrap their decisions around 3 things: place, user, and material. And all of these things like super specifically. So the places are the ones that can be really described and identified at specific spots in the city or in a certain building. A user, people who are either collaborating with within these projects, or people who are actually using this project, so that the user feedback can be recorded. And material, which is always a choice of a student group of what to use in order to kind of make the concept come to life. The other important thing to say with this process of 14 days, it was that it's a recurring process of research, design, and make. Meaning that research, obviously, it's kind of understanding what is a certain important issue within a certain place or within the certain user group, and then making decisions, design decisions of how that issue can be kind of brought to life. And importantly, prototyping, learning by doing, in terms of making a prototype that it's possible to put it back to the user research, and then learn something about that prototype and make another set of design decisions. So this kind of recurring process, it was something that we thought it's an important way to understand how the creative process in design and architecture can happen. After all, we are an architectural school, so we try to teach students and participants how architecture can be done also in a slightly different way as it is taught in conventional schools behind the drafting boards and drawing desks. The research or discovery, in a way, tool, we are turning to participatory action research, which tries to, in a way, unveil the hidden, that it's not kind of obvious in the first moment when you only observe, but when you kind of interact with environment, all the hidden properties kind of come to the foreground in order that they can be addressed. So the work of 20 students was kind of constructed in 4 participants per group. So we have 5 groups, ergo 5 proposals, 5 projects, 5 prototypes. Teaching objectives, as we are a school, we find important to teach 4 things. First is find your own opportunities for projects. When all of you are coming to be real professionals, leaving schools, you're going to be able, or you're going to need to be able to kind of find your own opportunities. Second is that there is a very important way of learning by doing, and of course redoing things. The third one is that design is a process of decision making. For every decision you have to make good arguments. And the last one, that architecture is of course done for the people, not just per se. It's very important to say a big thank you to all of the sponsors. Without them, this version of visiting school wouldn't have been possible at all. So first, thank you to Vienna Design Week to accept us as a working partner, where we also kind of exhibit these projects within the Festival Centrale in one room. Secondly, thank you to Technical University Wien and Angewandte Social Design, who have been working together with us within the realm of students and participants, and also in the realm of supporting infrastructurally. And of course, big thank you also to, I'm just going to mention the two big sponsors, Österreich Werbung and Wirtschaftsagentur Wien, who have been very generous with their support. So this is the end of introduction. I would ask Alina, you to introduce the projects, and then to kick off the presentation of the 5 groups and moderate the discussion. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Aljosa. That was a comprehensive explanation of what we've done in the past 14 days. It's also my pleasure to introduce the groups now. I feel like a mom right now, super proud of their projects. So let's see. I just want to ask Aljosa and maybe Jakob, should I present like when I present Passion's talk, should they come and talk already, or present all the projects and then they go on the order?
I think it's nice for you to make an overview, so the jury members can have like the view on the whole, and then we can give the word to the students.
Okay, good. So as Aljosa said, we had 5 groups. The way we structured and prepared the workshop beforehand, before we started, was to choose 5 topics as challenges for the participants to work with. I will tell the challenges now before talking about the groups. So we identified some spots in Meidling that we would like to tackle. For example, green in the city, the market, that's a very touristic spot there. Also Theresienbad, there's a swimming pool, public swimming pool. We also were worried about green in Meidling, and this is a topic in the whole Vienna, how to get more green in the urban space. And also we had the topic of mobility in our minds to discuss this. Out of these 5 topics, the students, participants can choose what they want to work with. And 2 groups decided to work with I forgot to talk about the topic of Vienna Design Week per se as the festival, and the impact of the biennales and art festivals in the environments where they are placed, like in the cities. And so 2 groups decided to work with this topic, and so no group decided to work with mobility. So that's why we have 2 groups tackling Vienna Design Week. So here we have the first group, Passion's talk. Okay. So this is a group by Katharina, Simon, Martin, Natasha, and Sophie, and they have this question in mind: how can passions of local communities be identified and communicated to a larger audience to discuss the role of design in everyday life? So this is what the project revolves about, and they're going to explain this further. So the next one, Jakob. Yes, then we have a group dealing with the Vienna Design Week. The title is Forced by Choice, Critical Reflections on Surveillance, done by Nika, Emma, Blaj, and Jakob. And the question is, how can today's COVID-19 reality create opportunities for visitors of Vienna Design Week to critically reflect on the notion of surveillance and control in cities? Next one. Then the group that worked with market, their title is 1 square meter market, your own personal market. And the question goes, how can Meidling market offer an alternative market experience to its existing and ever-growing new visitors? Done by Maria, Barbara, Anna, and Bana. So the next. So this one dealing with grain in the city, called Cracks and System, Stories of Meidling's Unregistered Trees. And the question is, how can wild and unregistered trees provide a new form of climate literacy and an alternative greening strategy for Meidling? Done by Baran, Emma, Lauro, and Aurora. And last but not least, the group dealing with Theresienbad, and they went into a journey to find the healing waters of Meidling. The title Urban Spa, Lost and Found Sulfur Springs of Meidling. And then how can thermal sulfur water, once the defining characteristic of Theresienbad, be reintroduced as the celebrated public resource of Meidling? This was done by Maria, Alex, Daniel, and Torana. So I think with this overview of all the projects, we can start with the presentations that will last for about 10 minutes. Then we have a short video, and then we open for the juries for the questions. And I would ask the juries to use the tools on Zoom to raise your hand when you want to speak. If you don't know where it is, you can go to participants. You click, then there is a menu, raise hand. I will be observing, then I'll call your name. And this, I would also ask the participant, the students, if you want to say something on each other's projects, you can also do that. I would just ask you to say it after the jury, if it's okay. Then we can start our presentation with the passion talks.
Okay, thank you, Alina, for this introduction. While students are the first group is sharing the screen, I would also like to mention that, of course, the era of COVID and everything that has changed in the world so suddenly really makes a huge effect on how tourism operates today. So I think in that sense, the economic power of tourism has proved as very vulnerable. And I think it's relevant to kind of address these kind of alternative questions, because tourism will have to kind of change its own modes of operation if it wants to survive in the society further on in the future. And of course, this is what we are doing is not the only thing that has been developed on the realm of nanotourism. I have to mention that Tina, with her team, Jakob and Amanda and others, have also organized a very interesting symposium a couple of months ago at the TU, which was titled Rethinking Tourism, where different professionals came together, not only architects and designers, but also sociologists and people working in cultural realm or business realm. They came together to kind of share their thoughts on how tourism has to and can change in these very specific times. Okay. Passion talks. Do we hear you? We don't hear you.
Do you hear us now?
Yes.
Yes, now we hear you very well. I think whenever you speak, you have to kind of lean towards computer, I guess, so it's going to be really clear.
Yes.
And it's really nice to see you in the corner there. Perfect.
Do you see our screen?
We see your screens, yeah. You have 10 minutes.
Okay. So hello, everyone. Thanks for joining us. Our project is called Passion Talks, Everyday Design of Meidling. And I am Sophie. I'm Kati.
Martin.
And Natasha. So the project that we developed within the last 2 weeks during the nanotourism visiting school started by inspiration of the Vienna Design Week's Passionswege format. This year is a very special year, and it's the 15th-year anniversary of the project, and this actually started 1 year before the Vienna Design Week opened their doors for the first time. A project acts as a platform for transfer of knowledge and skills between traditional craftspeople and contemporary designers. And very importantly, unlike other international design festivals, Vienna Design Week creates a specific relationship with the city and the focus district, which is Meidling this year. By connecting two different experts, an intense process of site-specific collaboration is extremely interesting when speaking in the context of nanotourism. Unfortunately, due to the lack of funding, this year's Passionswege project, besides an anniversary exhibition about the last 15 years, is happening only with a small number of collaborations and not in this year's focus district Meidling. But we saw this as an opportunity to go on this journey ourselves and explore that Meidling explore what Meidling is passionate about. Through studying the model of Passionswege, we aim to appropriate it in order to add new value through a temporary contextual addition for Meidling. So what does design mean to Meidling, and how to get into a conversation with inhabitants to talk about their own passion?
So while the Vienna Design Week format acts as a curated platform that they pick the collaborators and match them, we aimed for a more bottom-up alternative that is mostly offering an alternative to the top-down format. So to avoid this elite group of people that normally talk about design, we wanted to include a broader audience. So we got in conversations with inhabitants of Meidling. We met mostly in public space during their free time. And by doing this, we questioned the relationship of design to everyday life and the focus district of Meidling, to create a space of passion that is also for the inhabitants of Meidling, but also open for the visitors of the Vienna Design Week. Our context research started throughout the workshop. We had to develop our own tools to get into these deep conversations with Meidlingers. And we quickly noticed that talking to people that quickly pass by, we don't really get a deep conversation. And we mostly got to talk about their very generic hobbies or very superficial conversations. And through our tests in the public space, we didn't really see the public space as the space which can offer this and get the attention and offer this deep conversation. So we quickly decided that through the analysis of the interviews, we want to create a more more close contact to the inhabitants, and started to define 5 people we want to interview a second time and actually talk about and get into a deep dialogue.
So it was, as it was mentioned before, out of dozens of talks, we decided to focus on 5 inhabitants. Most of them are not designers professionally. You can in their profiles we mention which mediums they use and what their understanding of design is. We do not mention their professions in profiling to avoid categorization. We met people who create by planting and handicraft. Few of them love photography and are fascinated by reflections and shadows, and some use it as a tool to discover their surroundings and to collect. So we met with Barbara on the Meidlinger Markt. Listen to her describing her passion.
Macht halt irgendwie das mit dem kann ich meinen Willen so aufzwingen, und das, durch diese Werkzeuge ist halt auch viel vorgeben. Das ist, weiß ich nicht, ich glaube, bei jedem Zentimeter eine Linie ziehen und es ist dann wieder Zentimeter. Und das ist nicht 1,1 oder 0,97, sondern es ist einfach dort, wo sehr, sehr, und diese Exaktheit, das reizt mich einfach total.
We saw Eva Marie in typical Viennese pub close to Schönbrunn Park. This is what Eva Maria says about her approach in photography.
Also ich weiß, wenn ich jetzt da vorschaue, denke ich mir, okay, mit dem Schatten da von dem Baum, da lässt sich was machen. Der Schatten, der auf dieser Fassade ist, da lässt sich sicherlich aus dem richtigen Blickwinkel ein halbwegs geiles Foto machen.
Christian is excited about gardening. Here is a Christian passionate talk.
Ich habe eigentlich viel mehr, wenn es über andere freut. Das ist meine größte Freude. Wenn ich was schenke, das sagt er zu mir passt.
Valentin is one of the passionate Meidlingers that we met on the very beginning of our workshop. He is also co-creator of Grazer Oase. Listen to what he says.
So Schiffbau, halt irgendwie eine Oberfräse mit einem 2 Meter Radius auf einer MDF-Platte so anzuwenden, dass du dann halt einen Kreis rauskriegst und so Sachen. Und das Ganze ist dann auch noch im Millimeterbereich verstellbar und so. Also die Leute, die weiß, die interessiert ist, die können mit mir da genauso abfeiern, wie wenn ich in der Galerie stehe und dann irgendein Kunstwerk präsentiert ist.
And we first encountered Clara on the main square of Meidlinger Platz, and this is what she says.
Design ist für mich was Absichtliches und das ist für mich absichtlos. Da ist nur meine Absicht dahinter, dass mir das gefällt mit dem roten und dem gelben Auto und den Leuten, die vorbeigehen auf den Punkten und dem Ausschnitt. Aber das an sich ist für mich nicht Design, aber vielleicht mein Blick drauf, das kann schon sein.
So the final intervention emerged from tryouts and is embodied in various media, as you can see here, that should kind of replicate our own experience that we had when we encountered the examples that you've seen before, but there were as well many more. So, for example, reading, and now I'm going to explain the intervention, seeing and hearing. So here you see on the left the installation in the Vienna Centrale and on the street, and then the encounter process, how it works, and now in detail. First, you come to the Festival Centrale and you visually can experience the quote and have the first glimpse of what the passion might be. If you're being catched, you can see it in the video, how people bodily represent and feel about what they're doing. If this catches you further, you can take the map and let yourself being drafted through the district and experience this maybe yourself. In the place then, yes, you take the map and you can scan the location that leads you then to the place. And in the place that you can personally and the most closely experience what the people talk like, as if you would maybe listen to them on the street, just standing by. And next step that is ahead to be done with the visitors coming together with the people we encountered is then the feedback, basically when they themselves experience how they are represented in the street and how other people react to it, and therefore being able to interact with them afterwards. So here, this is a video that is as well the installation where you can see the collections of the passions represented in the mimics of the body.
Sie praktisch gestaltet. Das ist das. Und so sagen wir, was sie dann weiterentwickelt hat. Das ist Leidenschaft. Wenn man sich bereichern kann. Wo man sich Wissen aneignet und man bereichert sich damit, dass man dann auch einen Erfolg hat. Wenn man eben von einem kleinen Tomatensamen dann eine 2 Meter Pflanzen hat mit einem 700 Gramm Paradeiser, so wie zum Beispiel heuer gehabt, ich habe 750 Gramm Paradeiser auf der Pflanzen gehabt, aber 3 Paradeiser, die fast 2 Kilo. Und da freut man sich dann halt. Ne? Eben, wenn man sagt, jetzt schenkt man irgendeinem Nachbarn einen Korb mit Paradeiser, ein paar Zucchini, Zwiebel, Knoblauch, alles selber angesetzt gehabt. Ne?
Also anhand von dem so
dazu
sagen, wie, also wie
die Leute glauben, bei Smart Home, du gehst ins Schlafzimmer, machst so. Was eigentlich wirklich interessant ist, ist, dass das Smart Home, und das ist ein bisschen die Werbung von dem Hersteller, dass das Haus eigentlich für die mitdenkt und dass du dir eigentlich ganz viele Sachen ersparst. Zum Beispiel, dass du nicht daran denken musst, dass deine Wohnung oder dein Haus überhitzt, dass das Haus selber die Temperatur kennt, selber weiß, wann es beschatten muss und so
Aber man kann auch teilweise ganz einfach, weil ich das Licht durchflutete der Straße hier einfach ins Bild bringen wollte. Was natürlich bei diesen typischen Meidlinger Gebäuden mit den vielen Ringen und so weiter ziemlich coole Sache ist.
Und selber ist es ungefähr so groß wie ein A4-Blatt und das ist schwarz, das ist eigentlich nur Mechanik, ganz, ganz einfache Mechanik und du hast da so Platten und die dienen dazu, dass du auf die Höhe kommst quasi. Und dann hast du eine Acrylplatte, dann legst du Papier drauf, dann legst du eine Stanzform drauf, dann legst du noch eine Acrylplatte drauf, dann hast du, weil du so Sandwich hast das. Und dann
closing up the presentation.
So thank you. I guess this is. Oh, you continue, Martin? Or?
Yeah, sorry, we had technical issues. Closing up the presentation with more of an atmospheric description that you can then read yourself, and let's go towards the discussion.
Please just talk close to the computer. We couldn't hear you.
Closing up with the more atmospheric description of the project for the one that might be willing to experience it, we want to approach towards the discussion. Are we still in contact?
Yes. Yes, I thought you would read this for us, but I guess this is the end of your presentation, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you so much for presenting your project. I think now we are open for discussions. If you can you just
Stop share.
yes.
Yep.
Stop sharing so we are all in this.
Okay. You see us? Yes.
So Aliosa, do you have some comments?
Well, there's many things that run through my mind, but I would actually be interested from the comments of Lili and Thomas, because they strongly relate to the development and the history of Passionswege project. So let's give them the word.
Thomas, do you want to start? I mean, of course, it's difficult to sort of evaluate a project that I'm involved in myself as a curator currently. So of course, I'm convinced of the way we do it too. But yeah, a very, very charming project. And actually, I I found it very interesting that the group has the feeling that it is the way it is now, so much of a bottom-up process. Because normally, if the doors to the workshops are open, we always have the feeling this is an interaction between the inhabitants of the place. This is the possibility to sneak into a place that you have maybe just passed by the past 14 years, and this is the occasion to finally enter and look what the carpenter or whatever is doing. Yeah, and then I found it, yeah, excellent selection of people. And of course, a point that that was sort of that I maybe did not get is Passionsweg is not only about the knowledge from one side, but about the exchange of knowledge between two savvy parts of the game, which is, of course, where our role as curators and moderators comes in. And this is sometimes also the difficulty of the project. So I saw these people with these skills and with these soft skills and very passionately talking about what they can do. But for me, this is the start of a Passionswege project. And then the other part talks about what he or she is passionate about. And then they have to agree on something common. So is this a point in your project too, that sort of two parts have to agree on something? This is a question to the group.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Yeah, I think the intention is not as well to give a kind of opposition to the concept you have shown, but rather as well kind of bring people closer to what design is as such, and what like break their way of perceiving what design is, and therefore like make them involved in the process and see the qualities in themselves as well. So I think there maybe is the answer.
Yeah, I think it was not it shouldn't be like something that is against the Passionsweg format. No, it's adding value to what can we do to also think about this notion of passion, and that a lot of people actually when we first talked to them said like they don't have a passion, and then through these deep conversations you kind of like rediscovered this passion, and that someone is actually like really fascinated about some things, but they are maybe not, like they are shy to call it design, even though they are like very in a creative process, some of them, and how to kind of raise awareness about it's okay to have this passion, and you should actually think about your own passion, and to have this as a Kickstarter, and our project should involve also the visitors to actually think about their own passion, and to kind of like trigger this thought process for yourself.
Yeah, but congratulations, really, you got those people there in no time, that they perceive something as design, which, yeah, we've been doing, or we've been trying to explain that design has so many faces for such a long time. I think you got the people there very, very quickly. And it's not that I got the feeling it's against, but as you sort of looked at the structure of how we do it, I was looking for the similarities and sort of yeah, but we totally agree on a passionate view on design with involving the people at the focus districts and the people who have never been in touch with design before. I think this is a very important part, and I think you've targeted it in a very good way.
Yeah, thank you. Thank
Thomas.
you. Yes, so Thomas, please.
Well, I think I can join in. Yes, also, first of all, congratulations that you actually managed to open up these people to talk about their passions and obsessions in a way. I did not understand what this guy was talking about in front of this electronic box. What a
But one could feel the passion.
But one definitely could feel the passion, and it catched me definitely. So yeah, I think adding to what Lily said, I think it's quite difficult actually to compare this passion walk with the passion walk that you do with the Vienna Design Week, because I think the Passionswege always had this kind of a manufacturing aspect. So it was producing not particularly products or objects, but always related to people that actually have the possibility to produce something. And of course, every craft people or person is kind of passionate about what they can do. So it was this exchange of knowledge, while you kind of focused, really on passion of people, which I think it's and combined it actually with the question of design. How does anybody's passion relate to design, which to me is an interesting approach in regard to engage people of the focus Bezirk into the broader question that Vienna Design Week is always trying to debate. It's actually one of the main claims is a city full of design, and you definitely would not think about this electronic box in the backyard of anybody, but I think definitely you can start to talk about this. And this is what I like very much about this project. I think it also plays with our core intention of curiosity, because you kind of enter quite intimate whatever spaces, thoughts whatsoever, and sometimes the little stories reminded me of what's her name, Lili Spira, the woman, the filmmaker.
Yeah, of course, but yeah,
who catches
I
that
get your point.
type, in their garden communities and whatever kind of obsessions they have, which I think is there is a fine line between this spectacle around people's personal passions and what you have done. So I think it's also quite dealing with respect to these people. This is what I recognize, because sometimes these kind of observations and documentaries can become quite embarrassing for the people. But it has not been like this, because I think also in regard the way you visually captured the people just with their gestures or blurry, I think that made it even stronger than to have the full face in front of you. And very much also about their local accent and voice. So this I like very much about. I think it was also a great selection. I think I can imagine what hard work it actually was to identify at least 5 people. I mean, Lily just putting together Passionswege was always such a hard struggle to convince people to participate in such an experiment. And yours is even more experimental than, if you ask a craft person or manufacturer whether he or she would join in a collaboration with a designer, architect to produce something, it's more concrete than, the more conceptual work that you have done. I think it almost reminds me a bit more of another format that you, Lily, and Tulga introduced later on, which was Stadtarbeit, which was more really like engaging and dealing with the local community. This is what I definitely can see with this project. And what I really like is to bring people to discuss and talk about design in the streets. So I think this is definitely a new approach, I assume, as well for Vienna Design Week. So much my comment.
Thank you, Thomas. Yes, amazing feedback. Tina, it's your turn.
Sure. Thank you to the students and then to Lily and Thomas to somehow explore the notions of these passion ways, because I was not really aware of the depth of what actually Vienna Design Week was doing before that. I definitely appreciate the level of students' involvement in the local community, and also this opportunity for those who wish to speak up. What I was kind of a little bit, my question to the group is, I'm not sure what is there because of your presentation maybe, of what is the outcome that is live within the environment for other members of the community of Meidling would be aware of what you've done. Are these those posters that we didn't see or just mentioned at the end, where you come from, you know, this kind of core of Vienna Design Week and then you see them? Or how are you forwarding these passions to the other residents and visitors of Meidling? So that's my question to you.
Katya, you can also show the image again, just of the where it is on the streets and the map.
Just share it.
Oh, sorry, I need to share the screen again.
Maybe this as well answers both, or like maybe covers as well what Thomas was saying, that we were really aware and watching out that we don't exploit the people themselves. So therefore there is this layering of what you can see in the Centrale and then what you can experience when you go out, and what you encounter in the environment are then those quotes that can take you and make you passionate. And as well, there is a QR code that you can scan and you can listen to the interview.
Sure. My question was actually the opposite, but thanks for sharing this screen again. So the thing is that you need to think of, yes, there are going to be visitors of Vienna Design Week which would follow your design path, maybe, no? Some of them. But there are going to be far more visitors of actually encountering those particular pieces on the streets. And I think your presentation would be much more powerful if you would actually equally present how an experience of Vienna Design Week visitor is versus an experience of the neighbor of one of these passion persons that you so smartly actually drawn into the fact. So I just think that you would need two types of presenting what you have achieved, what you've achieved in the community and on site, and how you basically presented how you contributed to the Vienna Design Week. And that's very valuable and important. But on the other side, you work with the non-interested per se, let's say members of the community into Vienna Design Week, and you want them to explore their passion to the community around themselves. So that would be my, let's say, hint for you to think how you present this project further through your social media or to everywhere, to be aware of the other, not to go from Vienna Design Week Centrale to encounter this, but actually from encountering this in the streets to be aware of Vienna Design Week and your passion talk. So that would be one comment. The other one, I think you should be critically assessing these four persons, not their passions, with the potential for the future. Because I think that particular person who was so fond of this kind of urban agriculture, you should somehow, if you wish to change the reality as nanotourism, so how would that passion change not only his own family and his neighbor, because he's giving them the produce that he gained, but how would actually this contribute to this self-supply agenda, which is now in COVID-19, the self-supply, food supply in the cities, a big topic, and how would he, with his passion, contribute that this would be a Kickstarter for more residents within Meidling in order to somehow form this as a larger agenda, but also for this to be something specific of Meidling, so that someone else from Vienna would come there and you could be guided through this, let's say, gardens throughout Meidling. So I think, you know, what you would be great to see this kind of post-critical assessment with the intention of pushing into the future some of these, let's say, passionate community residents in order to change the local community even harder.
Maybe I can say something to this. So as for now, I mean, within these 2 weeks, we already managed to meet them more times now, very spontaneous, and then actually having them to meet us during the last week to establish these interviews. But what we are definitely looking forward, and this is what we see our task now for the next upcoming week during this event, is that we want to bring them together. And actually, I mean, just talking to these people, we already have like those connections in our head, like someone who's also talking about kind of the same things and how to match those. And I think it will be, hopefully the weather will play and the COVID regulations will also play with this, to arrange a meeting where at least those 5 passionate people can come, and visitors who are willing to, and also knowing about their passions, will also join the conversation. And I think we also thought of this approach, how to catch the people on the streets, not only from the Festival Zentrale. And this is a lot, and has a lot to do with this, not kind of like showing off their passion, just like embarrassing them with a very intimate information they gave us. So this is why we decided to only have the quotes outside, but it's, well, I mean, the QR code that is on it should as well inform you that the project is actually happening.
Thomas, you want to say something?
Yeah.
No, I thought you were raising your hand, sorry. Yes, Tina, have you finished your comment, or you want to go on?
Just continue, I will come back.
Okay. I want to know if any of the other participants want to say something about the project. Kati, if you can, please not like stop sharing your screen so I can see everybody. Yes.
One more thing, and maybe this was something we didn't show in the presentation yet. We even have this blank in the exhibition space. There's this blank profile, which should refer to there can be this community of passionate people that can be added on, even though we are like finishing our project at some point.
Yeah.
So I think also an experience that we made with Passionswege is, I think you recognize if your concept is successful, if people actually approach you to participate. While in the beginning, it's a really hard time. But then you need to curate, because then it also can become very blurry. But I think that would be, and this is how I understood Tina's comment, is really how to engage or grow the community, and also how do these passions benefit to the community. I think, I mean, just learning a bit more about what nanotourism is, even though, of course, I followed it at Bio 50, and now dive deeper into it. I think there is this 2 things, the participation versus observation. And maybe you're not quite in the participation you know, heaven, I would say. But there's a, you know, the observation part. But this is where I suppose this idea of nanotourism needs to reach out. It's I think it's something that we are you know, usually or easily get stuck into this, you know, this observation mode. In particular, as we are creative people, you know, we're super concerned about details and things and learning more. And it is really an interesting step, you know, how to you know, make people to engage or participate in this. So yeah, but as I said, the concept's going to be proof successful if people will approach you within the next few days, because they see your posters and they also want to be there with their quote. So I'm curious whether this is going to happen.
Although I must say, I partly disagree with you, Thomas. I don't think this is necessarily where success starts when people approach you, because those who will approach you are sometimes those who need least support to open towards a public. Actually, what you said about Startarbeit before, the project reminds me a bit of Ebru Kurbach's Startarbeit project. I don't know if you have it in mind, Thomas, but for the others, Ebru Kurbach, who is actually trained as an interaction designer, did a project when we were at the 10th district, working with women who were trained at a cafe called Lernsprung that is run by Caritas in order to help the women get the skills of reading and writing, first in their own mother tongue and then in German throughout the years. And they really had difficulties because the motivation was sometimes, quite low. I mean, these were partly women who were afraid to go on the subway because they had never bought a subway ticket before, and then they are confronted with you should read, you should write, you should this, that. And so what she did was she did workshops where she asked these women what they are good at and what the skills are that they have that give them a basis to survive at the place where they came from, or something they are simply proud of that they can do it. So it is pretty much the passion of the Paradise 750 gram guy who is very proud of his skills as a part-time farmer. So it opens the people up if they can communicate via their skills. And I really like the aspect. And I think Thomas misses Vienna very much. So this is why you enjoyed the project too much, because you could hear Vienna talk.
So thank you. I think we have about 5 minutes left, and Aljosa and Tina want to say something. Who wants to go first?
Tina, do you want?
Yeah, I can. So just shorter, I appreciate your feedbacks from the students, from Thomas and Lili. I would just really like to congratulate you guys for this project, but in order to inspire you for your future steps, to really understand what could the necessity of your own, let's say, assessment. And I do agree with Thomas, with Lili actually, on this fact that people who would approach you, this is not who you should be targeting them, although all your project is towards them. But you should be targeting those that they are not willing to approach you, because only like that you can make a change in a community. But on the other hand, to somehow comment that this kind of participation, if we see you, because you are nano-tourists, now you were in these 2 weeks in Meidling, you did achieve enormous level of participation. But what I would like to inspire you, because you spoke about inspiration and passion the whole time, that you try to push this passion of this particular person from this selection in order for this passion to continue to somehow bring awareness of other residents and to really be as a bottom-up Kickstarter agenda for something larger. And then, of course, how this could fuse backwards for some sort of change from the visitors, let's say, coming next week to Vienna in another Bezirk, Vienna Design Week, but being able to see the fruits of this year with Vienna Design Week at the same time in Meidling. I think I would aim for a change in a year time of, I don't know, a tour of urban farming enthusiasts, because anyway, we know that COVID-19 anyway, you know, this is the scale of urban farming that was happening now for everyone. So that was just my somehow wish for you to not stop the project and to really assess it and see it beyond these 5 weeks, 5 days, which are in front of you to guide the interested public in. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Tina. I wanted just to add to the discussion of what does it bring back to the student group? What is the feedback of the public, and if this is what you have actually wanted by placing those quotes in the public places. I mean, I understand that placing those quotes in the public spaces, it's very important because you wanted to represent those passions in very specific places where you found them. And I think that was a very good decision from your part. But where I see the best potential of nanotourism taking part in this project is not merely in getting more people interested to work with you as a group or with Vienna Design Week as an organization of showing off design, but when those quotes generate discussions and new discovery within the community of inhabitants. So even this is kind of beyond the reach of your work or Vienna Design Week's work, but it's changing eventually the character of Meidling, how Meidlingers are perceiving their own district. So in that sense, I think it has a huge potential of nanotourism, which is beyond tourism, meaning visitors experiences something, but is also challenging, or more importantly, challenging the way how those people who live there in that street, who go by that place on everyday tasks or chores that they're running, and they're going to discover that somebody named Barbara has this kind of interesting passion that they can even hear it through the QR code, which is kind of another level of, or another media of representing her passion. And that specific person is going to be interested who Barbara is, and they're going to find her out, and you're kind of introducing a new social connection within Meidling. So I think in that sense, it was super important what Tina kind of started with your question, Tina, to actually unveil that the importance of the project is not just what is giving back to the creators of the project, but what is giving actually there in Meidling to other people, that it's kind of beyond your reach. That's one thing. And the other one is that I think it's very valuable for you that you have discovered or learned, I guess, that you have to kind of create and invent your own tools for discovery. Like you were kind of describing this kind of deep dialogues, and you had to invent your own tools, ways how to actually go there and make happen the deep dialogues actually come into place, not just kind of superficial small talks. And I think that's a very important moment in any project you're doing in life. But at the same time, it's kind of an important moment to underline that any relationship with the city district or with the neighborhood needs to have this kind of designed tools in order to discover what is the character of the city. As Thomas, you have said that the city is full of design, but the question is how we can uncover that, which allows us to find something unexpected. And I think this kind of unexpected moment is the biggest value of your project.
So thank you, Aljosa. If there are no other questions, we can move on. I just want to first say thank you for the super hard work that you guys put into the project. I followed it day by day, and the changes and the doubts and how it came out to be, and I'm super happy to see the result. So I'd like to congratulate you guys. I also, one comment that I have about the project is that I wish to see at least these 5 people that we chose to go into more, deep conversation with them, that they come to visit the Vienna Design Week and see the festival by themselves, and you get their feedback somehow as inhabitants of Meidling about what this festival means to them. As Thomas and I curated this biennial in Ljubljana, which is a city completely, far from us, and I didn't know the place before, and so on. Once we go and have set up such a big festival, it's such an impact in the city, and we have to be mindful of that. So we made sure to connect with the locals, to the inhabitants the most we could, through institutions and so on. And I think this could be one sense for your project as well. Since you have this deep connection with the community right now, you should bring them to Vienna Design Week as a participant, because they are now being a part of the Centrale. So I hope this happens, and if it does, let us know. Just before going to the other group, I would also want to say hello to Brigitte, who's here. She's the head of social design at the Angewandte. So please, Brigitte, if you're listening to us and if you want to make any comment, feel free to just jump in or raise your hand there on Zoom. Then I'll come and invite you to give your comment as well. Okay. Okay, so now we move to Forced by Choice. Nika, Emma, Blaj, and Jakob, please share your screen with us, and then we hear from you.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, we see the screen.
Okay, wonderful. Okay. So we initially instinctively recognized that the most relevant way to explore the given situation, which is the situation of the Vienna Design Week in Meidling, is to explore the presence of already existing forms of communication between the potential Vienna Design Week user or visitor and the organization itself that are already manifested in the city. So we kind of found that it is possible to recognize 3 to Vienna Design Week specific points of interaction, moments where a certain message is transmitted in a certain form. The chair is a physical object embodying the notion of design. The printed media is a transmittal of a pure information to the potential visitor, and the digital realm that has been outlined as the most current and new condition of the COVID-19 reality. So we consider the roles and values of these elements in real time and on location, but also in a wider frame of the Vienna area. So we did a couple of experiments, which I'm not going to go much into, but they kind of showed that while a meaningless object, such as a chair invading a public space, doesn't really provoke people's reactions, but the presence of a camera, for example, seems to divide opinions. The camera represents, of course, a human entity behind it. It's like a physical reminder of surveillance and control, because I think we now live in a deeply surveilled reality. When traveling, we as tourists can feel a strong presence of control going, for example, through airport security. This condition, where all aspects of human movement are kind of tightly controlled and surveilled, is the new reality that seems apparent only if we are able to experience like this post 9/11 contemporaneity. So these feelings are even enhanced by a pandemic intrusion into our daily lives. Movement between territories is controlled strictly, and everybody is in some form or another forced to acknowledge the scale at which digital presence affects our lives inside 4 walls, and as well as our lives in the city.
The research process of rethinking the experiments and its variables led us to devise a final set of keywords that for us most represents the topics we were and are like continuing to deal with. We were interrogating topics of control, restriction, interaction, entertainment, digital presence, and equality within kind of those parameters. So now for the time and space context of the intervention, we've restricted it to the space in front of the Festivalenzentrale, where the condition of the threshold is most present in a form of a singular door leading to the inside of the building. The time of the intervention is oriented according to the schedule of the visiting entries. Whenever a condition of waiting for a possibility to enter happens, then the intervention actually takes place. The main intervention is composed. It is basically an imposed virtual queuing system. It's based on three main options that represent what we believe to be three elemental reactions that we can have when this is presented to us. One, for example, can engage you in a marketplace where with a collective effort, the unfair distribution of entry times can be adjusted through engaging with the rest of the participants through trading numbers. So that's one option. The second option is like for the more individualistic individuals, the complaint option, where it's basically an instant possibility of contacting the institution that seems to be responsible for your immediate disagreement with the assigned code. And this option is, and then there's a third option, which is more of a and then there's a third option. This is the tracking option, but it's like a false pretense animation of dots moving around a square, and these present us with an illusion of surveillance. But in this instant, we are not being surveilled, but we are surveilling others. Well, we feel as if we are surveilling others, and because the situation is usually reversed. So our journey begins with scanning the QR code, which is of course an ubiquitous tool used by bars and restaurants to avoid touching the printed materials. So you can also do this now and then come into the app if you want. And the first thing is that you are redirected to an entry page. There are three possibilities of familiarizing yourself with the project instantly. There is an about option, where we explain the basis of our project and the overall concept. There's also a disclaimer where certain intentionally sketchy parts of the website are revealed. And also there's a content option to receive any potential communication with the users. So these are presented in the beginning with for the most curious of the QR code takers. So once you click here, you are automatically assigned a number. This number is your entry group number and is shared with 10 other visitors also waiting to enter, well, in case there's more people than 10. If you are not content with your number, whether you can not go inside next, or you need to wait for a friend, or you are here with a friend and you guys get different numbers, you can click trade numbers. Well, possibly you will. You now see sort of groups of visitors, either 2 or 3, or depending how many there are. And depending on what your needs are, you click the number you want to trade with for, so you just click the number, and then you're presented with a random order of numbers. And these basically represent the visitors that also got these numbers. So you can click whichever one you want. So that's really random. Okay, let's go. And then you are redirected to a chat where you can basically agree. I mean, this is a random person. You don't know who they are. That's kind of what we wanted. We wanted the interaction to be slightly random and completely egalitarian. So then you can kind of talk to people, and then you can choose to trade a number. And then if you trade, and then they ask, are you sure? And then if, of course, you click whatever you feel like clicking. And then the options are that the consent is mutual or that the consent isn't mutual. And then if it's mutual, you guys both kind of get what you want, so you could successfully complete a trade. And then from this option, you can always instantly go to both of the other options. So for example, if you are still not happy, or if you're like not happy with your number or with anything, you can go instantly to complain about it. And there you have a possibility to complain directly to the institution, so that you basically address the people responsible for your problem or for your kind of wrong number. And when you kind of submit that, when you submit you get an automated response, which is basically informing you about the official kind of entry time politics. And then of course you can just go to the door and actually do it the traditional way, not this imposed virtual queue system way. There's also the passive option, which is the track visitors, and you're basically able to see, well, not us now because this is a PDF, but you can in the app see how the people kind of, and this is an animation that I was talking about before, so it's a fake animation of seeing people kind of moving around the space, giving you this kind of a bit of like an entertainment, but also it's like a bit of it has a dark side that also like you feel like you're tracking others, but actually you're not, because this is just an animation. This is just us believing you that this is for real, wanting to make you believe. So that's more or less the app. And then the system of the virtual queue is represented in a space with kind of 3 objects placed on the street of the Theresienbad. This was the first kind of proposal. The physical objects represent 3 aspects of a project embodied in a certain already used and recognized shape of like street furniture. The political banner, the advertisement screen that also is reminiscent a bit of an arcade gaming machine, and the hand sanitizing station with the proportions and the dimensions of the reception desk. The banner is like a hospitality element shaped as an abstraction of a human kind of, and the first noticeable element to the entire game. It contains a QR code and instructions how to scan and point your camera, and then you can be connected to a website. It's kind of relating to the already existing infrastructure that's already present there, which are these triangular political banners, but by making it white and kind of a tube, we're not displaying any social or ideological agenda on it. So it's just like pure information. The screen is a provider of information. It's also like a physical reminder that we are kind of gaming in real time. And it's kind of the highest one. So we can go to this actual. So it's the highest one, representing that this is like the most important, there's like a stature of importance, and that it's sort of something that you don't really touch. So the hand sanitizing station, on the other hand, does not inside control its position, kind of putting it outside the building, relates to the very present habits of stores, banks, post offices, providing hand sanitizer, but inside the building. So when you put it outside, you actually are aware that this is something which someone has provided for you. And it's kind of, for us, at least, it means that there's an event already happening outside, that what is outside is equally important for your experience as inside. So there's also an event already outside. So we kind of merged these 3 kind of elements into one object, which represents all of these 3 kind of not poles, but 3 polarities of the project, and kind of joining in into one. And then we placed it, of course, outside on the street. And
Nikia, just sorry to interrupt you. You're over 10 minutes, so let's wrap up.
It's basically, it's the end. We just have a bit of the user's feedback, and if the weather wasn't so bad, we would have been easier, and also the events were cancelled. So you can also read some of the kind of extracts that we extrapolated from this. It did act as something that draws people in, but also people were actually most curious about what it is. So they kind of recognized that it was something, I'm not saying special, but something not really ordinary. And they were kind of quite curious about what it is. And also some of them did refer to us as they were to an official person, kind of pointing them up. So that's that, I guess. So we'll just leave it on this page now. And then there's the video, of course. We'll just do it now. Share screen.
Just a video.
Okay, sorry, went past.
This is the 21st century. We have left the old disciplinary systems largely behind. According to Deleuze, we have moved from disciplinary society towards a society of control. This is a society brought forth by the power of deterritorialization, where despite the appearance of unparalleled freedom, the diffusion of power places us all the more under the forces of capitalism. An important aspect of the society of control is that we are allowed to do whatever we want. We know that we are being tracked but are encouraged not to worry about it. In our own time, it seems clear that the power of unions will not save us. We are the next generation that Deleuze refers to. Therefore, it is up to us to figure how to resist this control, or not. In the end, you can do whatever you want.
We designed the project as a reflection on the current state where the COVID-19 pandemic has reminded us on how our life is under constant surveillance by inhuman entities. Computers are storing the data of our lives while the owners of our data and therefore our lives are unknown and leaving us to blindly accept their terms and conditions. The main given functions of the website represent a series of dealing with an imposed condition of something as simplistic as EQ control. Be a passive observer and look at an animation of dots moving around as if you are in fact tracking people. That is for an ordinary user an unusual experience, to feel like Google feels every second of every day. Be part of the market of interaction, working with others to come to a compromise by engaging oneself in a collective effort of trade. Or be a formalist taking its issue with a higher representative, the institution that seems to be responsible for your immediate problem. There remains an option of excluding oneself from the game, being presented with a notion of top-bottom organizational scheme and choosing to ignore it. This category by itself is the most diverse. You can range from a paranoiac to a denier. We are not only presenting the system to be followed blindly but are throughout the process of collecting data most interested in how one reacts to given options.
This art project is presented to you by 4 individuals unrelated to any official event or institution. We only want to give the appearance of being for real.
That is it for us.
This is the 21st century. We have left the old disciplinary systems largely behind. According to Deleuze, we have moved from
Sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you guys for the presentation. And now we go on with the comments from the jury. Actually would like to, I'm curious to know what Lily thinks of this at the entrance of the Vienna Design Week. If you knew about the project before, and
Hi. Yeah. Well, I saw the first proposal, the object when they sort of set up a first tryout, immediately getting into discussion, and I love how the project developed. I must say, I think it's I really like the non-physical development. I think the virtual queuing tool is very interesting, and the possibility of trading numbers also. I'm afraid there is a future for your projects in the upcoming weeks and months at all kinds of events. Just imagine also doing that at a club or so that you can trade your privileges. I like how you sort of went from what people have learned as elements of Vienna Design Week, like the chair, etc., to sort of go on developing something that would be recognized as part. And I like the elements. The only part where I would make a remark, and I mean, this is something that we have seen yesterday, especially with the bad weather, but I think one of the problems that we are facing in the upcoming 9 days is there's the one thing of is there enough space to be allowed to enter due to the restriction of visitors numbers, and the other problem is we have dramatically less visitors than in the past years. So we are missing out on all the international people. Okay, we won't be able to change that. But the other thing is that, I mean, okay, yesterday with the bad weather, no one wanted to go out. But how do I get people to give them a feeling of security, of this is a place where we take things serious, where you will, when you enter, you will see people will all wear a mask. This is something that I would maybe wish for myself if it was Vienna Design Week or any other kind of event, to get an impression of the attitude towards sanitary restrictions, but also just like how you deal with the whole thing. And the other thing is, I mean, of course, your design works very well with the Festival Zentrale, but we have a number of venues. So it's like the Festival Zentrale and the Außenstelle Solarium are maybe the two places that we are in charge of, and where we count people and where we try to keep all the restrictions. But then we have like, I mean, in normal years, it's up to 160 venues that would all sort of maybe need a similar system. Or if you go on developing this idea, it would be maybe interesting to see, I can't enter here within the next 1.5 hours because it's so many people queuing, but we suggest you go to these 3 other venues because there's no one queuing and they are very close. So that could sort of fit within festival needs. And yeah, I can only suggest that you contact my colleagues at Dutch Design Week, because they are preparing the event and they have another 3 weeks, and they might be very happy with a tool such as that.
Thank you, Lily. That's a very optimistic feedback. I think the group are happy about it. Tina, you would like to go for next?
Sure, yeah. I'm super happy with the comment of Lily, because I was hoping for unraveling the true potential of the project, which was very clearly expressed in the last words in relationship to the upcoming event. On this behalf, I think I have to congratulate to you, Lily, that you even decided to pull off this such an amazing and so problematic in these times event. But I also think that, of course, this question of surveillance versus questions of security and health concern are there to be addressed. And I think that by actually attracting different type of visitors, Vienna Design Week could actually anticipate a different future and a different change. So here I see a potential, not only some sort of regret. And I think it's up to you as well, the students, in order to somehow spread this kind of more local awareness within the city, within these communities, in order to attract maybe different visitors that otherwise would not be there at Vienna Design Week. And now to the group, First, congratulations to the project, which finally revealed to me as an outsider only in the video itself. Before, you were speaking for 12 minutes of something that I didn't understand why. You spoke of how it works, which I could figure myself probably in 1 minute going to your app, but you didn't speak of what it actually really draw you to do that. You know, you just somehow very casually went through in 30 seconds, and then it was finally the video when we had all these kind of generated voices explaining us what were your concerns. And then these were predominantly the concerns of the world in general, not only of this institution. So that would be somehow, I was some sort of a criticism, but also a thing that you need to know how you communicate your intentions and your responses. I think you need to define them at the beginning. Then what I think it was also visible that you proved, you spoke entirely of your online app, which is remarkable on many levels. But it's also, you somehow saw it that the physical presence of something that actually it's quite smartly placed and also quite smartly defined needs, so your app becomes different, differently perceived while having a physical presence of that prototype in front of the institution. So my kind of questions were, I think it's great that you were addressing the surveillance issue, which is going on for, as you mentioned, more vividly from September 11 onwards. But I think maybe you should be alerted to the words that Lily used, the security and health concern. So surveillance, of course, now, especially in these institutions or events, would have a meaning for partially be there. And I think you need to somehow drawing the attention of the problem, but also trying to show what is the part of the solution. So for me, addressing the digital market as the term and to promote complaints, it's not the way to, to really improve the status quo. And I think the status quo itself needs to be challenged, and you prove that you need to challenge it, of the overwhelming surveillance and the issues of the health and safety now. But I think it's, I think the terminology, the way you try to somehow define this kind of tracking game should be more clearly showing the positive aims, of course, the concerns, why it happened, but then also something that you would like to contribute to. So this complaint agenda so vividly, and this kind of market, to me, this was like too vague at the beginning, but I could understand how this could become a relevant app for any upcoming event in any institution. So I would like some comments from the group on that.
I mean, we didn't really want to so much. The one thing is, if we wanted to directly connect ourselves with the actual event, then these kind of issues of health and security would come into mind. But we really wanted to stay like an independent entity that's just kind of like sucking up to the kind of actual institution, the big institution, which is the Vienna Design Week. So we kind of we kind of said that, okay, so obviously these things, they already had a person there, they had a security guard there, they had masks, they had sanitizers, or however, and we're just addressing the place, which is the public place, which we can, which is the outside, how the outside kind of relates. So the hand sanitizing station, that's the thing that's kind of saying it is already the inside, so the same amount of care and attention should be you should how do you say direct the same kind of care and attention to what you're doing outside as is what you're doing inside. That was that kind of element, but really we weren't concerning on the inside because we were really just kind of a parasite to the organization that was just using the signaling of the institution, but then also being independent and basically just being for individuals inflicting this kind of queue system, which didn't even have to be there because it wasn't an official thing. That's why we didn't really address that.
That was not exactly what I was asking for, but anyway, any other comments maybe?
I just want to ask if the other members of the group want to say something.
They said me to say that.
Well, yes, eventually, like what we gathered from the mid-jury is that the best thing to do right now at this stage is to kind of, like Nika said, test the main resource of the Vienna Design Week that was like very meaningful to us are its visitors. And I think that Nika also used the term parasite or something like that, and Gabriel also used it in the mid-jury. So basically that's all we could do at this point, or what we felt we could do at this point.
But if this was your intention, it didn't come through your presentation today. You know, so I think that to me, as someone who was not with you for 2 weeks, and someone who doesn't know all the details of the Vienna Design Week, it was not clear that your intention is to somehow tackle the institution and provoke in that way as a parasite in order to do certain issues, because I think they were quite successful approaches. But that's why I asked you at the beginning that it was not clear why and how you're doing. So it's hard to assess your work if the intentions were not clear, and they are clearing now with your answers. So this is I think that the issue that you have to stress out while you are going to present this project further, in order to really define what were your kind of insights, the positions, what you wanted to achieve, and what you're really addressing. Because saying that you are independent, it's very different to saying that you want to parasite or challenge the institution itself. So that's very valuable of having these two comments at the end. And I truly somehow liked this. What I think it's extremely valuable is that you provoke open outdoor space with this prototype in merging with the app itself, and also that the prototype became quite powerful as this kind of merge typology of 3 things. I think this was the biggest basically design effort, and then really meaningful in these COVID times. So, and that came only with the video itself at the end of it. So congrats to the depth of your work, also to the online app, which has a lot of promising as the one challenging the institutions or the ones to work with the institutions, because you have the both. You can also stay critical and then work with another institution. You can start it as a parasite and then you can develop further. The critical aspect of our society, I think you need to maintain in your professional career, whatever you're doing. So you should not become a service to anyone else. So this kind of parasite approach. So anyway, I am happy that you remained on the physical and digital level, and you were able to somehow pull off on both of these levels. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Tina. Aljosa, you want to say something?
Just a quick comment and maybe quick reflection before maybe Thomas goes on that thing that has been discussed now. So it is a clear kind of maybe, well, it's clear unclarity of whether it is a useful tool that Lily speaks about for a design event to kind of manage the entering procedure on one hand, and on the other hand, is it a critical provocation in order to emphasize how cities are over-surveilled, and there are certain issues related to that. And obviously the project, when you understand it through the video, which is done in a quite compelling way and communicates that kind of critical position of you as a group, So that's fine. It's clear in a way that you are being critical to those issues. But the confusion comes to my mind that we kind of confusing it with a useful tool as well, because you have stated it yourself that in order to kind of gather the people who are going to interact with your project, you have to trick them at the beginning that they are thinking that this is a useful tool in order to enter the building. So that's something that was your conscious decision to do. And to my mind, it brings this confusion around. No? But from here on, I want to ask something, the group, no? Because we were always saying that you made a big effort to actually do the tool in the last few days, as Tina mentioned, that's kind of a physical object there that represents all the issues you were speaking. But on the other hand, you also made a great effort to program that app or website, which kind of works. And I was kind of, while you were presenting, I went in and actually I traded a number with one only other visitor. I don't know who was that. I don't know who I traded it with. Maybe somebody who's really there in front of the entrance. So it kind of works in terms of technicality of coding it. No? So that's really, really good. But we said, and I'm coming back to this kind of tricking that this is a useful tool, that you need to have a certain critical mass of people who are engaging with your project in order to have a painting of society within these three options that you are giving them through the software. So is the society a complaining one, which kind of files complaints immediately when they're not satisfied with the number the system assigns to you? Is the society that wants to trade, or is the society that wants to kind of enjoy anonymously surveilling others? So that kind of feedback we are still awaiting. No, we don't see it yet there in your presentation.
Counter for yesterday, but there were so little people, we didn't know. Are we unmuted?
Yeah, we had like 14 people. We thought there's gonna be around 100.
Yeah.
But then all the events were canceled, so this is not really truly maybe representative data.
So is it, I mean, we are going to get to see the promise of yours that at the exhibition.
We have it.
I think are we sharing the screen?
Yeah, so at the exhibition, we are going to see those numbers.
Yeah, we have it already now for yesterday, but we finished the presentation before because we were over time. So this is the numbers from yesterday, how much data we collected in the experiment.
Okay, great. So that's
literally all the people that were there. So
okay, so you can add.
I'm very happy that out of 4 visitors, 3 complained.
Exactly. Yeah. I think you can add trade numbers. You can write 8 because I was training it now.
This is one nanotourism regionalism remark. If you ask for complaints in Vienna, you can be sure to get more than you ever expected.
Exactly. So this is what I wanted to say. You should never even ask for complaints in Vienna because they're going to be there regardless, you know. But anyway, I think it's great to have these feedbacks, and I think it's great for you to collect this data and to really think within the next 9 days of the duality that Alyosha was speaking about, because it could be either or. And I think you will need to self-assess your own project after the end of, you know, how it will unravel in the next days. But the great start.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thomas, you want to say something? I would ask you guys to stop sharing your screen.
So, well, there's been a lot being said, and I'm finally completely confused about the intention of the project, whether it should be completely critical or helpful in a way. But Tina, I think she mentioned it at the end to make these points clear. I think from the very beginning, living under these conditions, working with institutions, also working within a museum, of course, you can see the necessity of such tools. Also knowing about the critical issue of surveillance and tracking people and so on, and the discomfort of people with this. However, it it is a big task and problem that we're going to face for the next whatever month, even years, you don't know, that we have like working systems, because there's a lot been tested at the moment, and I think it's a good moment to be there even more experimental about this, to learn about user experiences with this and why and how they actually would participate in such kind of apps. As we all know, the big COVID-19 apps to track and trace people in countries more or less failed, because they are used by the millions, but still not with a critical mass. And therefore, I think what would be really interesting is I just wonder for your test run, whether you also could test places where you actually know that there is a critical mass, maybe in front of a supermarket. I don't know whether it actually needs the Vienna Design Week Festival Central. Also, I hope Lily, you have at least more than people going shopping over the weekend. But I think it's also another kind of crowd. So because it's, as Alyosha, I think, said, or Tina, it's also interesting to learn what kind of communities and how they're going to react to this. Then there is one thing, and maybe it's a language issue, is when we talk about surveillance, security, and I think in this particular case, it's actually talking about for the users. It's also actually talking about safety, because this is what we are right now also learning in the whole museum world, that there is security and that there is safety issues, in particular with this whole COVID-19 thing. It's the condition people feel like. It's not security is about, this is how we see it as an institution, because we have all the rules that we have to fulfill, and if we fail, we're gonna get we get penalties. For the users on the other side, it's a feeling of safety in regard to health issues and all these kind of things. And this is something that I see actually the potential in, in an app or offer like this. That goes very well with the cleanliness of your design. I think you particularly have chosen this, let's say, straightforward black and white design, which I kind of like very much. Also, of course, I wonder whether it attracts people beyond the aesthetic, our aesthetic minds, because it's clearly, it's actually kind of a game that you also introduce, and I'm not too familiar with the gaming logics and all these kind of things, whether it works with this. Maybe it also could be, or maybe there are game designers in your group. Maybe this is also where this whole concept derives from. I don't know, but I think that would be.
And I think the aesthetics refer to our website. Is this
okay,
right or wrong?
Okay. Yeah, so that was the aesthetic part.
Sorry, but then you have to mention that, guys, you have to mention that this, because this also shows this kind of, let's say, design parasiting of an institution. And these were the intentions or the directions that you select, decisions that you took in this process, that they are related to the institutions that you are tackling. And that's so important for us to know. So you should not be hiding these pieces.
Can I make one more remark in connection with the surveillance thing?
Sure.
this is something that I did not target in my first comment, because I mean, in the past 2 weeks, I've looked at a number of tools for tracking visitors, because it was clear that we might need something like that in order to be able to open the festival at all. And of course, I mean, I personally would never download the tracking app that the Republic of Austria recommends. I'm not interested. And for a couple of reasons, but if I decide to attend something like a festival, which is my personal choice, then I again have a number of options how I treat data surveillance, where do I go? And I work together with the team. I mean, most of you have met Gabriel. Gabriel is, I think, like a little more than 15 years younger than I. So many in the team are something like 15 to 20 years younger, have a totally different feeling and experience of where they feel surveilled. What is something that they do not want to share. And this is the moment where I figure I have other objections. On one hand, maybe because I have to take more care of myself being a bit older. I am a mother, I take care of other people. So I think this, you will never develop something at the moment which has these possibilities that your project has. So if I see it from a practical side, I have to sort of leave out the discussion of data surveillance to a certain extent, because I think this is a very personal decision. And the decision starts, do I attend the festival? And then I take a couple of other decisions. But yeah, I had the feeling that they treat or target a couple of topics in a very good way to include a broad audience, as I said, from younger to older people, and you have. I mean, I think the game thing is more something like a visual feedback rather than a game, isn't it? Do you see the game as a real application, you as a team?
I mean, we had in the middle of it, we had a discussion whether to make it more gamey, but we kind of stuck to this more severe kind of just pure options, like really, and also the wording, I think, of each track visitors, trade numbers. I think there is also a generational kind of diversity in that. I think some people have more of a problem. I mean, me, when I say trade, I think capitalism, I think my father, I mean, a lot of these things. So, and I see complaint, and I think, I don't know, institution, whatever, writing a complaint mail. So I think there's a bit of diversity in how you refer to the certain options. And of course, we expect some people to be more affiliated towards those, also generationally, of course. So that's...
Well, actually, I like very much the aesthetics. It rather reminds me of picking a number at the Magistrat. It has exactly the same sex appeal, and this is, I like it. I mean, it fits perfectly to the Magistrat building as a festival center. The only thing I'm doubting is, why would I actually trade my number? Because I always want to be first.
Maybe you're right, but you might not be first if you get your number. But then also...
Because that goes by accident or what?
Yeah.
It's randomly, it's not by your first serve first.
So it's a completely, like, it's not first come, first serve, like in the work, like in life, but it's like a random thing.
Okay, so you should also explain this in your explanation
Yeah.
of the project.
So I have to interrupt now that we move on to the next groups. I just would like to say thank you for the super constructive comments that all you guys did to the project. I would like to say thank you to the group as well, that you listened and communicated a lot with the Vienna Design Week, and also included some connections with tourism and surveillance in tourism per se. As you said, as you noticed, the project has possibilities to go on if you want to create a kind of application with that, but you have to decide as a group if this is like a provocation tool, or if you want, you know, to develop this, could be even a business, because this is going to be needed in the future, as we heard from Lily and Thomas, who like run institutions and so on. Good, so thank you. Now we move on to the market group. Please share share your screen with us, and we go on. Just to note before we continue, please introduce yourselves, okay?
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi. So this is the group of 1 square meter market. It's me, Anna, Bana, Barbara, and Maria. We are students of social design and architecture. All of us are studying in Vienna. And today we're going to talk about our project. So basically, from the very beginning, for the 14-day project, we had this research question to focus on Meidlingermarkt and focus on offering alternative market experiences to existing and ever-growing number of new visitors at Meidlingermarkt. For this to happen, we really rooted the outcome in our research. And you can really cut through our research timeline and say that first we started as passive researchers with classical methods of research, and then we went to being active participants of the market ourselves. Basically, to use and briefly summarize our passive research with the nanotourism framework, we can say frankly that the place is Meidlingermarkt. By exploring it, of course, the first thing that comes to mind is that it's a public space, it's a common space, and unlike many different cities in the world, markets are administered by the city of Vienna itself. And it's also essentially a place for social, economic, and cultural exchange. Then the exchange part brings us to the users. The users, as you can also see on the pictures, are listed from sellers to gastronomy to customers, and there are many informal networks that exist within the market, within the loyal customers, and also interdependencies between the sellers and the gastronomy people that are feeding into each other's businesses. This is an illustration of some of the phrases that we were overhearing. We spent a lot of time speaking with the people there. These are the visitors of Nevis Hütte, which is a bar that has existed on Meidlingermarkt for 20 years, and people that go there really know each other. And it's more than just a bar for them. It's really a place of exchange and extended living room, as they like to call it. And then from place and user, we go to material. From the very first days of our explorations, we were visually triggered by the code of the market, which is Eurobox, the plastic box that you can really see everywhere on the market. And in the pictures on the first line, you can see how modularly they're used by the users of the market. Some of them are stacked on each other for transportation and storage. Some of them are used for display or even as parts of furniture, as tables and chairs and so on. The Euroboxes are actually color-coded and have different types of grids and patterns according to the product that it's designed for. So fruit and vegetables differ by its grid to baked goods and so on, and also the colors indicate which is it for. But Meidling market is really special and site-specific in a way that also the material that we found there was not only Euroboxes, but also there is this trash unit that has been added to the market infrastructure after the general renovation a few years ago. And there we discovered in the trash many disposable plastic boxes, which you can see on the right lower corner, and also wooden boxes. So these boxes are not going around between sellers and distributors, but rather really trashed after almost every day of operation. And we were really interested to see why there were different systems of using them and what could be the usage of them for our project. So basically, after interviewing, mapping the market, seeing who has operated for how many years, all the materials that we collected from boxes that are wooden to Euroboxes, we were really at a point where we were thinking how to become more active. And that is when we had a discussion with the collective from Vienna, which is called Most Likely, that had just finished their research about markets. And they shared this fun fact with us, which kind of became a turning point for our project. And the fact is that just like on the flea markets, you can, as a citizen, rent a space on the market. This happens 3 times a year, and anyone can do it who doesn't have a license to trade. This was a fun fact to share, but for us, it really became kind of a tool. And we started to become from passive observers and interviewers to really active parts of the Meidling market. By, of course, renting space ourselves. And this is also how our name came to existence, because we could focus on building big spaces and so on, but the smallest unit of what you can rent is 1 square meter, which is very affordable. And it's also really fun to explore the spatial characteristics of your own stand when it's limited to such a small space. So we started basically with being active within our tool of 1 square meter market.
So after knowing about the legal rights of experiencing your own personal market style in Austria, we started our active research in Meidling. We collected Euroboxes either from the trash unit or borrowing it from shops in the market. We started experimenting for the use of storage, display, transport, and furniture. We limited ourselves with the smallest unit, which is 1 square meter, and the size of the Euroboxes are 60 by 40, so it fits perfectly. We rented a 1 square meter for €1.75 per day. We started baking plum cake, and most of the ingredients were from Meidling, and we started trading and promoting models of exchange. Could you trade for knowledge or exchange for products and not money? The results were fruitful. We got products and recipes as knowledge in exchange. From our passive and active research, we gathered lots of information and best practices on how to build our own 1 square meter market and implementing this legal right. So we wanted to promote the whole idea, methods, and knowledge we collected. So we designed a step-by-step manual as a tool for infrastructure and participation as an outcome for our project.
So you can see the manual, which is also exhibited at Vienna Design Week in its true analog format. It is quite a big manual because it reflects the name of the project. So it is really 1 by 1 meter. But we are just pointing out key elements or the features of the brochure here, which is a really easy to follow 5-step guideline for participation, market list and contact information, measuring tool for your own stand, template for writing your name on it, and 4 different prototypes that we think worked best for doing it yourself stands. And we can go and show you them in more details in a minute. But basically, the essential message that we want people to take away is that this project and tool is for everyone, and it doesn't only apply to Meidlinger market, but actually to most of the markets in Vienna, 22 different markets of Vienna, and you can do it 3 days a year. It is very affordable, especially if you limit yourself to 1 square meter market. Basically, the rent doesn't go higher than 2 euros per day. And you can also trade anything without the need to license your products or services. So this is why it's really easy, affordable, and fun for everyone to participate, but especially for small entrepreneurs, creatives, designers, home cooks, or just some people that crafted small things during quarantine and now they want to make extra income with it.
So here we can have a little physical idea about how our manual looks like. And you can unfold it first into the poster, which you can use on your stall, and then you can...
Sorry, Barbara, can you get closer to the computer?
Okay, so here, should I repeat it? Did you hear me?
Yeah, repeat it.
So the manual unfolds into a 1 by 1 square meter, also measuring tool. So the language that we use in our manual, it's very straightforward, and it's really user-friendly. We give you all the information that you need to make the participation very simple. At the beginning, we show you the map of the markets. So as we already mentioned, it's 23 of 25 markets in Vienna that are further divided into 3 administrations, and we provide you with all the contact information. One part of the manual are instructions on how to build your own stand. We designed different prototypes that are allowing different usages, and you can even further adapt them on your specific needs. So the first one is the show-off stand, which is especially good for display of big objects. The next 2 are good for both storing and displaying. We provide you with the number of boxes that you need. This is the Tetris stand. This was one of our first prototypes. And the last one is the conversation stand. It's the stand that triggers social exchange.
And it's good for falling in love.
And this
I just want to mention that you guys are over 10 minutes already.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
So this is our template, which you use
participation.
for
To quickly go through the next steps, as this is really a tool for participation, we're already proud that we have 2 confirmed collaborations. We will collaborate with Teresa Hattinger and Katharina Kreitzer within the program dates of Vienna Design Week. They will be selling their own products. Teresa will be selling flags of Utopia, and Katharina will be selling knitwear pieces. And yeah, we're looking forward to it. It will take place in Meidlinger Market next week. And it's especially fun to imagine it because, you know, Teresa will, for example, have to design a stand which is good for mounting flags on it. And for Katharina, display, also, she was saying that she wants to make the stand higher because she wants to hang the clothes on there and so on. So we will see how the stands look like for each of them. And lastly, we would like to launch our Instagram, translate the manual in German, publish it digitally, but ideally we would like to print more copies of it and distribute it around the city. We have a video that we would like to show on how the prototypes are built in real life and how the interaction could look like. Should we screen it or Will it be screened from Amanda's screen?
You screen it.
Okay.
Hope it works.
Yeah. It works.
Can you see it?
No, we are still seeing your presentation.
Okay.
Stop the share and start.
Okay.
And now?
Yes, now we see it.
Okay.
Okay. Can you hear the audio?
Yes.
So this is our menu. When you unfold it, it's also exactly one by one. And then here you have 1 meter measure. So yeah, this is the menu that we created. And it also includes the templates with your name on, temperatures, and put our name on it. Can we use it? Can we have one screen?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Before we start, I just want to say hello to Petra Stolba, who just joined us. She's another jury member.
Hi, nice meeting you. Hi.
Yes, welcome. We're happy to have you
Hi.
here. We just have finished the presentation of the market group, and we're going to start now with our comments. Feel free to join in. Yes, so who would like to start with comments? Tina, you are unmuted.
That was not planned, but yeah, I can always start commenting. Yeah, it was, for me, it was the most interesting fact is that to somehow unravel this rule, which usually provides something from not happening into turning it into some sort of extreme potential of the future. This kind of 1 square meter fact that it was not fun fact, I think I would present it completely different. I think it's really a rule that it's within Vienna that most of the residents, the creative residents or cooking, I don't know, foodies or whatever are not aware of. And I think actually promoting it into hardcore agenda could actually turn into not having this option any longer. So this is like the black future. But I actually appreciate quite a lot what you tried to promote with that, especially in the form of exchange. I think the 1 square meter rule offers you also probably to sell things on this 1 square meter. And I think this should be accentuated, no? So the rule should be word by word presented as a fact. And then how you are establishing another version of that in order to exchange, not in order to somehow just for the fact of selling it. But in this kind of difficult times where so many residents were kind of forced into new life, I think although we always promoted exchange, I think the selling would actually help to some. So I would not forbid it, I would promote it if possible, but of course also allowing people to sell things. And in terms of the visitors to this market, which you always have the residents versus visitors, I think it's this kind of potential for discussion. I think it was kind of interesting, this kind of higher prototypes. My question was mostly, I quite appreciated the format and the logic of the manual that you were presenting. And I also think that, I don't know if you were aware, but by you doing this kind of plum cakes, you actually entered into a very known theoretical trick that actually food is the source for any possible participation everywhere. So it's the top end. If you want to somehow connect people and to intrigue participation, if you use the food for that, you're most likely to succeed. So I think that's, I don't know if this was luck or it was deliberate. So maybe can you comment on that?
So basically, plum cake was kind of a symbol for us because we overheard one of the gastronomy cooks going to the vegetable stand and telling him plums are in season, are they a bit overripe today because I would like to make a plum cake and it tastes better when the plums are a bit overripe. So with that in mind, we said, okay, let's also get all these materials, kind of copy her in the thinking, because it's amazing, like what is in season and what the vegetable stand has kind of in abundance. We can really use it and exchange it for knowledge or other food. So this was kind of inspiration to see how gastronomy and
so it was locally inspiration in the season, but actually we're not aware of that you were deliberately picking that as something to trigger the interaction at the market and further on. The other question I have, it's about these prototypes, which of course we've seen them thousands of times. How do you see the role of this kind of yellow formwork and this kind of 3-ply pieces? Is this somehow related to some sort of identity? Why is this there as a key feature in addition to something that is as found on the Meidlinger market?
So the boxes that we were using were working on a deposit system, so we were borrowing them. And they were not always available. Sometimes the colors were changing. So we were trying to playfully include that into our prototyping.
Yeah, and since the green ones were the most available in the market, and also that where we were doing our stand and we're selling, it's where the farmer market is. So it was also a way to use them, and it's the availability of the material.
No, but this I completely understood. My question went to the wooden piece, to the yellow wooden piece, which is the formwork. What's the role of that yellow wooden piece in your prototypes, and how is it important? Why is it there? Where could the future, whoever it is, get it? Or what was the intention behind that, or that decision?
So So basically, also in the manual, we mention in the DIY stand section that it is completely possible to just go and borrow or collect boxes and not use any additional materials. But many of the boxes are not in perfect condition. So we were just for practical use stabilizing the boxes with the wooden plates and also putting them as lids. We also had this idea to collaborate with Precious Plastic in Vienna that is upcycling plastic. So instead of wooden plates, we could, for example, in the future, imagine to have precious plastic plates that are also made from this disposable plastic boxes. So kind of it's a monomaterial thing. But unfortunately, for the short framework of our project, Precious Plastic couldn't collaborate with us. So we just went for the
so just a short comment. So this yellow, the yellow 3-ply wooden piece, it's actually something that's used on the construction side. And you actually, it's been enormously written about currently in Vienna about how all these, construction site materials are not actually recycled enough. Although these boards are meant to be recycled, but after being used several times at the construction site, they are not allowed to be used in construction anymore. But what I think so obviously it sounds like you were not aware of that with this kind of yellowness kind of, stabilizer, you could also bring the brand to your project, the color identity to your project. You could use the already used foamwork pieces, and you could also intrigue them all the other markets with this kind of 1 by 1 meter yellow piece. You could basically make the residents aware of the potential of this 1 square meter market. And this is something that I wish you would be exploring maybe in the future, because it's never forbidden that your project stops here. These are my comments.
I would love to add that actually we knew about the wooden pieces that they're used for construction work. And it was also a choice why we chose them, especially also adding to that is the color. And while we had them, like in some workers from the construction sites next to the market, they were telling us, we hope you told us, we would have sold it for you instead of you carrying them. And like for us, like to reuse them is also a way to add it.
Look, if you are aware of that, that needs to be part of your presentation, because the CO2 emissions from construction sites are enormous, are from 1/3 to also 40% of every emissions that we produce in EU. So this decision for that particular material, I was not questioning that you knew why the yellow pieces were used for. I wanted this to be part of your conceptual project and to somehow accentuate that part. So you're reusing the baskets, the plastic baskets, and you're reusing something that cannot be used as formwork any longer, but you are also with this building a visual identity in order to trigger certain changes on a variety of markets within Vienna. So I needed to extend my comments because from your response, it was not clear that you understood what I wanted to say.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thomas?
Yeah, so I might follow up. Thank you for the presentation. It's really amazing that you, through your research, discovered this 1 square meter rule, which I think is a great idea. Also in regard, I mean, it's such a perfect bottom-up possibility that is actually part of our system that we are not aware of. And also, as Tina said, in times like ours, I think it could become more needed or used also in regard to all kinds of micro businesses that grew up. I would be actually quite curious about what the reactions of, like the professional market people were around you, because as we all know, it's quite a I mean, if you would do this on Naschmarkt, I mean, this is like a mafia. And I wonder, I mean, of course, at Meidling, every market, green market is a mafia behind. So I would be curious about the reactions towards your intervention. And the other thing is whether this is really also part of the rule that you actually can sell food, because I mean, food is some of the highest protected trade, whatever, with laws and all kinds of these things. Whether this is really possible that you can set up your own little street kitchen on publicly on a public market. So maybe this is just to learn more about this possibility. I very much like also how you evolved the whole project from your observations. I mean, I like the color code of the plastic baskets. So I would actually assume that you would get them on the market. You know, it's nothing people have to provide themselves, but they either there is, as you said, like a system, or they find it so that they do not have to have their own logistics behind, you know, this. That's one of the tackles with dealing with markets and all these kind of things. Yeah, those are the two questions that I would have. You know, the reactions from the professionals, and also, yeah, how the system with the baskets and all these kind of things work. I very much like this quote that you presented in the beginning: a market is not as anonymous as a supermarket. And I think also an intervention like yours definitely adds to this very personal aspect. And I mean, if this would grow, I think people even get kind of curious to see, you know, who's going to come next, because there is a certain layout of stands or booths, and you go there because you're familiar with these people. But I think you also are curious about new things. And I think that could be, this is why the other market people could actually like this kind of interventions, because it brings in something temporary, something new that adds to their continuation.
Just before your comments, I just want to say goodbye to Brigitte. She's saying goodbye to us. Thank you for coming and listening to the presentations, and we'll catch up later. So, sorry, go Anna, and you guys can reply now.
I would like to answer the question about the food. So for cooked food is not allowed. Like to cook on the market, to have a small kitchen and to cook, it's not allowed. Only prepared food is allowed. And for the experience that we had in the market, the social interaction, we started being there as customers the first couple of days. And after that, when we started to research and ask questions, we started to be the researcher after that. And then when we put our 1 square meter market and started to sell the plum cake, it was different. It was really different. Like it started to be like, okay, what you're doing. And when we wanted to speak with the farmers, like the farmer market sellers, it was a different experience. And we all noticed that, especially that in Meidling Markt, the farmers market, 70% of it is for one family. So you have the mother, the father, the son, different stalls, but they're all selling the same vegetables. And there's another one that they all knew each other, and somehow we felt like we're parasites at that moment. We really felt it in a way. I felt it especially on the third day. I felt it. I felt like, okay, what are you doing? Yeah. Like, we don't understand what you're doing.
No, for me, it's like, I don't know. Like they're very busy. They have very hard working conditions. So in a way, if we were asking them too many questions at some point, yeah, we might have been annoying. but also it is a right that people have to participate on the market. So why not practice?
Didn't they feel like, I mean, that you were kind of invaders? I mean, you're gonna take up their business. So I think they were not too happy with this.
We were mostly exchanging our products, so we weren't really
selling. But also in the manual, we mentioned that some of the markets are really busy, and we never actually rented the space on weekends when it's super, super busy. And for these people, it's the basic source of income. So in the manual, we mentioned that, you know, you must be prepared to make some compromises. Don't be upset if the market administration sends you away one day, because yeah, it's just first come, first serve, and some people have to stand on the same place for years. And yeah, just be mindful that when you're going there, you're entering a huge social network with many, many layers. And
yeah, it's like a community.
Yeah, and then you're gone after 3 days or 1 day. So of course,
and the people from the Marktamt, have they been helpful with this? So they support this idea, or they actually hide this idea because it makes more administration for them?
I mean, there's 80 pages, first of all, for the laws. That's how you can implement this legal right. And it's more simpler than how it looks like. They were nice, I would say, with my experience, but one day they wanted to charge us more, and we were lucky, like we had a meter, and I took the meter and I was like, no, look, it's 1 square meter by 1 square meter. And he's like, then it means 2 square meters. I was like, no, I was like, I was like, no, we had, there's like, okay, for you, then it's €2. And then for us, like, we had it, and we had also our flyer, our manual, which is also 1 square meter. So it was like, we were ready to say like, no, we know our measurements.
But as for regulations, sometimes, especially Maria, our first group member, was conducting interviews on the phone with some market administration officials, and sometimes they were giving her contradictory answers, because it's quite gray, like, okay, you can bring packaged food, but exactly which food is allowed, and could it be hot, and etc. So I think it's quite a gray area of regulations, and they really don't know the answers themselves sometimes. Yeah. So it's also fun because of that it's really.
And so we have about 10 minutes left. I would like to actually ask Lily or Aljosa if they still have comments.
Thank you.
Lily, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I'm quite familiar with the situation and with the market people, because of course we investigated the market when we decided to go to Meidling, and had appointments with the people in charge there. And actually, I know the law from the time when my brother was selling my mom's clothes on a flea market. So I knew the fact that in Vienna you can do that, and in a city full of regulations. Of course, now going there with Vienna Design Week, we were aware that being able to rank a marketplace on paper doesn't mean that you can do, or doesn't mean there's a lot of things that you're not allowed to do there, like the food thing and so on. And we said we'd like to rent some space in advance, just to be sure that we can provide people participating in Vienna Design Week with market space. Not possible. You have to enter with a clear concept of what you will be doing there, otherwise no space available. So yeah, I'm happy that you did the project, that something happened there. And actually, I particularly like the story of how you defended your 1 square meter and your budget. So maybe you should sort of include that. And another question is, will we continue for the upcoming days? Will you be present during the festival with your market stand?
Wednesday and Thursday, Teresa and Katarina will have their events. We will also share the events on our Instagram and AA Nanotourism. So we will make sure to tag Vienna Design Week, because both of them are designers and artists, and it fits perfectly with the Vienna Design Week visitors that they could drop by and
she's taking part, Teresa, also in Vienna Design Week as an artist.
Teresa also has done a project 2 years ago where she hung the flags at the Sophienspital.
Yeah.
So yeah, great that there is a cooperation too. Yeah, I'll definitely pop by. Most likely even with we have a TV team coming on Wednesday morning. So if you're there, can you maybe drop us a line on the office at Vienna Design Week address so I can forward it to those people.
Thank you.
But on one hand, I really like the project. It's like many of the Stadtarbeit or food projects are, but I'm actually missing something that adds an additional layer. So the fact that this 1 square meter exists, if you are familiar with that, and I was, and it is something that you are, it's not such a hidden information. Yeah, I think it would have been interesting to go a little deeper, or to investigate about what you said, the gray zones. Yeah, I don't think there is so many gray zones. It's actually always who you meet and how you negotiate, but everything is written somewhere. And it would have been fun to go into the small spaces where you are between the legal and the illegal, or something which is very daring to do on a market, but it is still legal. So I would have been interested in something, a little provocation is maybe what I'm lacking. But there is some days ahead. So
Lily's up for the dark 1 square meter market.
I think it's really important. I think it's important, the intensity of the spread, and also to somehow investigate where all this is possible. So, and then it makes this a larger agenda. And what I wanted to accentuate only one thing, which Thomas was speaking about, and you mentioned at the beginning, the relationship between the supermarket and market. I think you should be elaborating on that further, because in the COVID-19 times, I think we are more drawn to A, outdoor shopping, and B, to shop within the local producers of whatever, because the economy is suffering so much that and of course the transports finally have some difficulties, that this should be an agenda, to somehow really promote local products and a market vis-a-vis a supermarket. And of course, as you started off, this is also a place for exchange and conversation, which is something that in this time is of extraordinary psychological importance. So this, I think you should somehow integrate in the project these intentions for your future actions and for how you present it further as a project.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with Lily that for this kind of additional layer, but I see this layer in a completely different way. You maybe were not really clear on saying in the presentation as a group that this is not only for the inhabitants of Vienna, or even you don't need to have a citizenship of Austria. It's also for the visitors that are coming to Vienna on regular basis. So I'm not Viennese and nor Austrian coming from Ljubljana. I could have this market 3 times a year. So that's a game changer, because it's not only the opportunity to interact with market and society and even produce microeconomy of those inhabitants, but it is for visitors. It's practically reversing or actually inserting the nanotourism potential into visiting places. So in that sense, it's a form of nanotourism. And I think it has, I mean, what I see the potential in your project is this kind of afterlife that you have been just speaking about with your further tests during the Vienna Design Week. But even beyond that, I see an opportunity for any Vienna tourism institution or Austrian tourism institution where your manual could be promoted as a way of visiting Vienna. And then it completely changes this experience that we are speaking about, what tourism is and how it is harmful if it's only consuming, and how it is much better in a form of, let's say, nanotourism, where it provides exchange either of goods or knowledge. And if it creates some kind of microeconomy, by the way, it completely reestablishes what tourism is today and where it can go to further develop in this kind of strange times. So this is, to my mind, the core of what you have done in these past 2 weeks. And I really wish you that you are going to have this kind of connections beyond this workshop, and that you are going to be able to promote this opportunity, which is practically how do you say, a civil right in a way, no? In Vienna Code, and yeah, to promote it, like Tina was saying. No?
Yeah, thank you, Alyssa. Yeah, so just the final remarks from my side. I really appreciate that your presentation was very clear, but especially that you picked up on 2 very important inputs that you got from Most Likely and also from Misha Traxler, as they suggested that you guys look at the market as a trading space. And from that point on, you guys went into action research instead of just observation. And I really enjoyed seeing this part of your project, that you became part of the market. Just one other comment that I would like to pick up on what Tina was talking about on materials. I know you guys come from social design background, but I would appreciate that you, like, how can I say, I would love that you pay more attention to the materials and how you talk about the project as well. So about the materials and the shapes, you know, like how you express this in your design approach, it's also something that could be more clear in your approach and your presentation.
What way? Sorry, Alina.
Sorry?
Can you explain further in what way exactly?
Tina was talking about the wood that you guys used and so on. So, I mean, this is a super important choice, material choice that you made. It's not just because it's cheap. This has a super, it's an iconic piece, you know, a material that people recognize immediately. So this should be included in the way you talk about your whole design process. It's not just about the interactions and how you create this trading system somehow, but also your object itself. So you made some choices and we would like to know more about them.
Yeah.
Yes. So now we are at the end of the first half of our presentations. We have like some 15 minutes pause scheduled, but if you guys are not too tired, we could keep going on and then we finish earlier. Then this is a question for Thomas, Lily, Tina, to see if you want this 15 minutes or if we proceed.
For me, 5 is enough.
I'd really like to go on as swiftly as we can. As my day as a festival director will only be starting after we finished here. So
okay.
Otherwise, I would have to sneak out at some point or take you with me in my pocket on my way to the Festival Centrale.
So I just go and grab a coffee, if I may, and also I need a technical break, and then I'm back.
Okay, so in the meanwhile, then I invite the cracks in the system to prepare the screen, and then we go on with your presentation in a few minutes, okay?
Yeah, let's do it like really quickly. So the presentation should already be up and running, and then we can kick it off literally in a couple of minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Cracks in the system, you ready? No? Perfect. Hello, cracks in the system. London calling. Ah, you're there. You have to switch on the microphone.
All right, does it work?
Hi.
All right.
Now we can hear you.
Share the screen so you are prepared. Whenever we have all the jurors back, we can swiftly continue on. Thank you.
Just command down. You don't have to present it. So we're on the last page. No, it's part of the process. Alina, is that okay? Oh, she muted herself. Alina, we can't hear you.
Sorry. Yeah, it's okay. We can see your screen. We're just waiting for everyone to come back, so you guys can start in a few minutes.
Can you hear us from here, or is this too far?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay,
Okay,
cool.
that's good.
We just have to talk. So cool. I was thinking that too. Okay, can we turn off the camera and come back? Okay, will you turn off the camera? Let's leave it down. Okay, this is for me, it's ready. Who's starting? Who introduces? Who introduces? Because I'm a kid and she has to wait a very long while to talk again.
Now the coffee machine doesn't work. We tested it, missing the coffee machine.
So I see Thomas is back. Oh.
15 is still missing.
Yeah. Okay, we wait a little bit more.
Fine. Just sure.
Where are you guys? At the TU or at your home?
Yeah, we are like maybe 50 meters away from Tina.
Okay, I figured that out.
I appreciate it.
Aha, so you can see her entering the office.
You're trying to escape.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Oh, hi, Tina. You're appearing in another screen.
Hi.
Okay, as soon as you're back to your screen, I guess, and if Lily is there, we can continue on.
Sure.
This is the overall.
Exactly. We tried yesterday.
Yeah, it's so squeezed, but it's too much water. We'll put you in that. Okay, have to go back.
Yeah, just maybe to mention that, yeah, I'm really missing the physical presence of all of you guys presenting. It's kind of difficult, but anyway, we all know that as soon as this is finished, we come all together in Festivals Centrale to kind of debrief in a way, no? Or to kind of enjoy the moment of catharsis all together.
Okay, so Tina is back. So before we start, I want to make sure Lily and Petra are here with us.
Yeah, Petra is here, yes. Thank you.
Thank you, yes. And Lily might be coming back.
Lily is here too.
Lily is here too. Okay, so we are all here. So yes, let's start. Emma?
You have 10 minutes.
So we're the nature group, otherwise known as Cracks in the System. And we're telling the stories of Meidling's unregistered trees. So this is Baran, Aurora, I'm Emma, this is Lauro, for those who don't know us. Yeah, so the past...
sorry, Emma, just let me just interrupt to just check if everybody's hearing okay. Otherwise, you have to move closer to the screen, to the computer.
Good.
Are you hearing okay? Yeah? More or less. So go, get closer to the computer. Thank you. Yeah, go on.
Okay. So yeah, we're addressing the theme of nature in Meidling for the past 2 weeks and came to an alternative approach, so to say, to the pre-existing system. And so first, I'm briefly showing our spot in the Vienna Design Week Festival Centrale for those who haven't visited or won't get the chance to visit. And here we have our installation, which shows very clearly what happens from between the cracks when you leave them alone to flourish, so to speak. And so here was our research question that we dealt with, formulated by our mentors. So together with our mentors, how can wild and unregistered trees provide a new form of climate literacy and an alternative greening strategy for Meidling? And here we start with the existing typologies.
Here you see the park situation on the left, and then Baumscheibe, otherwise known as tree bed, on the right side. So on the park situation, it's pretty known as that designers use the trees as design elements and not really consider them as also users of the parks. And the focus is often on the human use. And also another thing to consider is that the city is planting often what's practical to plant instead of what's logical to plant, meaning often planting the same species, causing a monoculture, which may also lead to a plant epidemic, so to say, because when one of them are getting sick or something, then there is a risk that all of them are getting the same sickness. And on the right side, you are seeing the tree bed, which is introduced by the city as greenery, and it's a dedicated space for the plants. And on the tree beds, actually, citizens can use this space to plant various vegetables, make gardening, etc. There are two things that is illegal, which is illegal plants and planting another tree. And these are the other initiatives of greenery that are community-based. Citizens can use parking spaces on the streets to introduce so-called Grätselhäuser on the right side, which are offering mostly seating spaces on the streets, which are not offering them. And on the left side, Garten ums Eck, also known as gardening around the corner, giving the citizens place to do gardening, not only vegetables, also flowers and stuff. It's also cool to have the kids go into the nature kind of in the urban context.
So from these existing typologies, we looked more to the typologies that exist in the city that are considered nature, that are unintended or unrecognized by the state or by community initiatives. Also, these were natural growths that occur between the cracks in the pavement or within a facade in a driveway or something along those lines. And to the left, you can see smaller scale growths. And to the right, you see our initial approach to the tree as our main focus. And here, yeah, it's important to note, right? Okay, never mind. In any case, yeah, so we decided to settle on the tree as a focal point because it involves more of infrastructure than the plant, and it requires then more consideration from urban planners and such, yeah, when going about implementing a tree in the city.
So as we explored the area, we also contacted different people and also randomly met them at the street, which are the collaborators that we're working with. The first person was Dario Unterdorfer from the Gebietsbetreuung. He works together with Markus, and his goal at the Gebietsbetreuung is to introduce more Grätzeloasen and more Garten ums Eck. And then Frau Ludeke Spielau, we met her in a cafe and she just overheard our work, and then she was telling us how emotionally attached she is to trees in the city, and mentioned a well-known example. We also are in touch with politicians such as Tanja from the Grünen, who also likes walking in the streets and promotes this walking habits in Vienna. And Mrs. Kirstenbauer also helped us to reach out to communities that would further collaborate in the project. And then we got to know experts such as Alexander and Florian. And Alexander is working as an activist too in the city and really emphasizes on Jungbäume, which is newly planted trees, and how the city tries to care for them, but it often fails. And Florian also runs the Grätzeloase, and he really emphasizes on a seasonal approach to Grätzeloasen and how, for example, plants can decay and provide for other species. And what's worth mentioning is, for example, Alexander offered to do a guided or a hiking tour with us, because it's also a hiking guide to a Urwald outside of Vienna. And Florian, for example, is really interested in hosting tours and also focusing on long-term initiatives to further the project. Yeah, we referenced these books. We just wanted to give an overview of what we worked with. For example, the Wildwuchs book we got from Markus, who was mentioned before. He provided it for us, even though it's a really rare example of a publication that's made by the city of Vienna. Our area of research is starting from the Vienna Design Week, a rough 15 meters radius of walking time. And what we did was to overlay this with the Baumkataster, with the existing trees. And in the next step, we explored this area and we found the brown trees and we overlaid it with the existing kataster to show which trees are registered and which others are not registered. And when we further did those tours, we also we did it with Alexander and Florian, and they helped to speculate with us how those trees got into being at those specific conditions, and also how they are linked to climate change and what they can tell us about that. So we started to learn from those trees what they mean in the context of climate change in the city.
So yeah, as we identified and documented all of these very specific trees,
we decided that it was worth, so that other people could learn what we also learned, to summarize our research in a catalog. This is our catalog. It's a pity we can't give it into your hand, but we walk through it together. And as you can see, we have the map stating all of the trees. And you will see as I go through, there are very different species and also sizes. So we vary from samplings to bigger grown, and the samplings often grow in the most crazy situations, while the bigger trees almost look like they were always meant to be there. And yeah, there are all different situations in the cities, and as you can see, yeah, they work pretty good. Of course, this appeals a certain type of audience. We ourselves and other designers, for example. But for us, it was very important to, in a certain way, invest and also approach the younger and next generation. And for that, of course, we needed to find a new storyline, so to say. And so this way, we found our new media, so to say, the Stories of Wild Trees book. It's a book for children to explain them how these trees come to be, how they feel in the city. As you can very shortly read, maybe it's a very simple language that makes it clear for them and makes them empathize with the trees, and hopefully one day ultimately making so that they can treat the city, the trees better as the city does today.
So there we come to our installations on the tour. And this is our first installation regarding the Tree Protection Act of the City of Vienna. This act says that if an entity wants to cut a tree that are having bigger than a 40 centimeters circumference, they have to either pay 1,090 euros or plant another tree which is having 8 centimeters in circumference. This has some problems, which are being that not all of the trees, all of the species are reaching 40 centimeters. This tree you see on the picture is there since 5 years and still not 40 centimeters. And on the other side, it's hard to check when they plant a tree, like a replacement tree, if they are taking care of it, because often they are also planting those trees in the private properties. And that's our second installation. What I forgot to say in the first one, that is a legal approach. And this installation is more hierarchical, which means that some of the species that are endangered and also registered are under the natural monumental protection. But if the tree is unregistered, regardless of its rarity, it will be cut down or get rid of if it causes a trouble. And addressing the economical factor, on this street, they are planning to introduce trees, and an approximate cost of one tree on this street will be 20,000 euros. And we just wanted to show that there are already an alternative and they will never notice them. But with this installation, maybe they will.
Yeah.
Just to let you know, guys, you're over 10 minutes already. So.
Okay, so as Baron mentioned, we also provide for a tour. We go on a tour with people. We pick them up before the Festival Zentrale and give them in person this folder. And now we want to guide you through a quick 2 minutes impression of what this tour looks like.
Yeah, for those who can't make it. So now it's going to be a bit shorter than 2 minutes. We start in Festival Zentrale. 2 minutes. And we address these existing typologies that we've already paid heavy critique to. And then we compare it to this tree that we find growing out of a Baumscheibe that will be cut because it's not allowed to be there, as we've stated, although it's really prospering in this location that it's found itself in. And the reason why it's prospering is because the last tree and this next tree on the tour are trees of heaven, which are a part of the pioneer species. And the pioneer species are mostly what we've been focusing on for this tour. They're the trees that are the first and the fastest to appear to heal trauma. And trauma can be understood most easily when a forest burns down in a forest fire. The first trees to grow after that fire are the pioneer species, and they regenerate the soil so that the longer lasting forests can then regrow. And you can understand the city in a sense as a trauma, and the pioneer species emerging from underneath the pavement as the first to start up this cycle, to start up the process of regeneration. Because throughout their life cycle, the next tree in the tour is the maple. They have every single move that they make is to ensure that the next generation of trees, will prosper. And above ground, we also wanted to say that they're quite co-creators of space. And here, if we were to consider them as co-creators of space, we might also save some money in the long run, as we've addressed already on this little guy who's on the same street as the new Baumscheiben that's to come. And so we continue down and we end in the park, and we end at this poplar tree, which about a week ago was growing out of 2 cracks of a raised seating area. And a poplar is known when it's cut down to readily resprout. So these were most likely cut down and built over, and the sprouts came through anyway. And it's interesting because they're the same species, is all in the park, that are about 80 to 90 years old. So the experts in us speculate that this tree is also 80 to 90 years old, but is cut down every year. And every year the roots grow thicker. But we went back the other day to the park, and it's all being completely in construction. So we looked for a little guy, and he's there above the soil. Looks like he's done for, but what is not visible in this image is that the roots are still, the whole network of roots are underneath the ground, feeding, so in its decay, ensuring that the soil becomes more mineral rich and ensures a better life for the next species to come. So we end that our project isn't concluded with the Vienna Design Week, but this question is still open. So how can we make the time and space for nature to continue the regeneration process in the city, so necessary for our planet in crisis? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, very nice presentation. You guys can stop sharing your screen, so we start with the comments. Thanks. So, Thomas, since you haven't been first yet, so I invite you to do your first comments.
Okay, so I assume, thanks for the presentation. I think you learned a lot about forestry. At least it sounded like you became expert on tree and plant knowledge via all the experts that you have talked to. I don't know what your knowledge have been about all these trees and whatever before, so that's pretty amazing. It's interesting to learn about this pioneer species and all these kind of things. I heard this while I was working with foresters in Bregenzer Wald. So of course, this is a complete different environment. So it's you know, to transfer this to the covered floors and everything in the cities, that's amazing. However, I got a bit confused in regard to, you know, what is the final intention of your project, because I got the feeling you're still searching for the crack in the system rather than delivering a proposal. It's rather creating awareness for the situation of these trees. And creating an awareness for the citizens to, you know, learn about the trees and what's going on. And what I miss in this regard is really how do you make people to interact with your knowledge or with what you have discovered in that project? Of course, I assume when you do the tours, you will talk through all these issues. But what would be the aim for, how would people get engaged with this? Would they dig holes in the ground, or I don't know, or plant, or that is something that is quite blurry to your presentation, but also what I learned from your project. Maybe you can comment on this.
My first note would be, it's important for us that the tour is in essence a discourse. So it's an open platform that is also generating in the process of the tour and over the course of the days that we lead tours, more ideas around this. Yeah, and we said really early on that the solution already exists in essence, but we just don't yet recognize it as so that the green, the trees will grow in the city if they are let. And of course, there are so many considerations around that, and we have to work with that, but in the context of, for example, architects or urban planners and how they might incorporate the flexibility for trees to establish themselves and not rigidly, or in aftermath have to implement something on a street that's been paved from start to finish. So, yeah.
So we see these 2 weeks as a short-term focus, and how to introduce those plants how to learn from those plants and see them as symptoms for climate change. I think this is something we touch upon all the time, the symptomatic indicator, but we didn't say the word.
Yeah.
But that's what the discourse is about, how we can read them as symptoms of climate change.
And also, I think it was mentioned, maybe I would say it once again very clearly, we came in contact with people who are interested in actually somehow concretize all of our ideas, and the book is in the making. So we already have, let's say, a small audience which would read this book and hopefully learn from it. And not only that,
Also, we're going for a long-term approach.
Exactly. In general, it's a long-term approach.
And we are aiming to...
Working with trees is always a long-term approach because decades to grow. So that is amazing. I mean, one interesting part is is there a chance that an illegal tree becomes legal?
There is, yeah.
And who's about to decide?
So we found one tree in a courtyard that was not planted by the state, which we could say from the species of that. And it's about 20 or 30 years old. And it also worked with when the building was built. And we didn't find out how it worked, but our speculation is that the people who lived there in this courtyard, that they kind of are attached to this tree, and that's why they tried to make it
protected.
Yeah, protected. But we couldn't yet find out how this process really worked.
Would that be the intention, that you manage to give these trees a legal status? Because even if particularly if they're, grow in a crack, or if I look at that tree between the two electricity boxes, I assume that whatever the electricity company would have a high interest to remove this tree at a certain point, because it's going to destroy the electricity. And if you put this ring there, they even feel invited to do so, because they only have another couple of centimeters left before this becomes an illegal act.
Yeah.
So I think there is something controversial about your interactions and what you try to intend. I mean, even though you intended with goodwill, this is like the death certificate for the tree.
Actually, we know this very well. We discussed it for a very long time, and we do this consciously, meaning that we're not talking to save these trees. These 6 trees of our tour are, let's say, our spokespersons for the other trees. So what we also mentioned, which is also very much in the making, our most highest aim would be to manage to update the Baumschutzgesetz, so the Tree Protection Act. And yeah, so if something happens to these trees, actually, as it happened already with one of them, as we saw, and it's surely going to happen in the next weeks even more, it's really that it proves our point, that the city is not taking them into consideration, and it should be made.
Yeah, and 2 important points to this tree that you mentioned. So what one of the biologists taught us was that if this tree would be cut in the state that it is right now, of its growth and so on, it would get even stronger, because that's its natural reaction. So what they would need to do would be things like putting copper nails in it, or removing parts of the tree in a certain way. But he thinks that they're not, also that the Magistrat, the M42 is not educated of that, and that it would even, if they cut it, it would even grow, as it would even,
the result would be worse.
Yeah.
For the city.
I see. Now they can ask you, with all your knowledge, how to kill and not kill trees.
I actually would like to hear maybe from Petra, to hear maybe touristic aspect of this.
Yeah, thank you very much. And guys, I have to apologize. I got some technical problems, so unfortunately I cannot put on my video, but I do hope my sound is okay for you.
Yes, it's perfect.
Perfect. And thank you so much for inviting me here. And I would like to add on what Thomas just mentioned, because from my perspective, actually, I think it would be quite interesting to discuss this under the aspect of using public space and the different groups that have rights or claim rights on public space, because from my point of view, the natural conservation aspect is really like really long-term planning. But the controversial point of using the public space, I think that's quite interesting. And did you ever think, when you did your research, did you think about this aspect as well, or it was just like natural conservation point?
Yeah, no, that was also quite a discussion, especially in the example of the park. Where the tree was essentially not considered a user of the park and was removed when they wanted to build a raised seating area. And I think in most of these, we talked about the right to the city only being essentially limited to the human users.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because that's what I find really somehow very interesting about your project. Actually, there is nobody who takes party, who involves or who gives rights to these trees. Yeah, and that's something that's something that would be interesting for me. You know, that's what Thomas also mentioned. You know, making them legal, giving them a place, a space. That's something that I would like to understand, if this would be possible to integrate in your project. Yeah.
I think early on we realized that the solution isn't to register those trees that we found, because the system in which we're registering them into was, in our eyes, so critically flawed in the sense of what it includes, excludes, and all the gray zones and the holes, and it's greatly taken advantage of in many situations, as we've been told by, for example, Alex, who's very in close contact with this law and with tree activism in general. So it's definitely from the beginning a very prominent point that we didn't want to just integrate them into a system.
And from you mentioned the touristic points. Well, I would say I would be interested in a comparison. the city regulations of Vienna compared to other cities? I mean, is there any other way of conducting, of dealing with this kind of phenomenon? Are we more formal, more restrictive in Vienna than somewhere else? Is this part of our natural, how should I say, habits or whatever? You know, I would see it also from a social point of view, from a talking about society in general. You know, do you have any? Did you find any evidence that in Vienna it's more formal, more restrictive than somewhere else? Did you do that?
We were told so that Vienna, as Austrian German cities, tend to be much more much highly regulated in terms of the street cleaning, as removing all the plants from between the cracks.
And also the interaction with plants with roots that grow out of the pavement, that's a legal problem.
And when there are, for example, pavement stones and these small trees, saplings growing out of it, the city of Vienna tends to get rid of it immediately, where you see cities like Paris.
To in a way answer quickly to Petra's question from a perspective of an architect working in, well, Ljubljana and maybe some other cities. I mean, Vienna, as a part of historically of Austro-Hungarian Empire, it is very regulated city, as the empire was kind of putting along its existence quite a lot of regulations, and the Grundbuch is one of those, and the register of trees in Vienna, it's kind of pretty much very accurate or detailed, with a lot of rules that you don't find on such level on other cities. And one of the arguments of the project is that Vienna is one of the rare places, because of over-regulation, that you can make this argument for wild trees to be relevant as the greenery in the city.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah.
And just say something about
Alyosha, are the trees in your background legal or illegal?
Well, I think they are very kind of canonic trees, so I'm definitely going for legal.
Just to mention about natural entities to become legal entities, Thomas has developed a project for London Design Biennial 2018 that deals with this, but not in relation to trees, but in relation to glaciers in Austria. So I think it's also quite an interesting project for you guys to have a look later. The exhibition is called After Abundance.
Well, but I'd like to make one more remark. I think it was a smart move in the end to not primarily try to get these trees registered. Because, I mean, of course, you could say Vienna is an over-regulated city, but Vienna is a city where the pavements work, and where, as a disabled person, you will have a good chance on finding your way without, I mean, this is much more difficult in other cities, and of course, if a tree grows somewhere where it is not planned, that might be beautiful, but we all know that it might cause damages to pavements, etc. So I think this is a smart move, not to say this is the one and only goal. And nevertheless, I think touring a neighborhood and opening the eyes for the things that sort of carve their way, or that survive for, as we've seen, a tree that survives for 4 years because it's not harming anyone. It's just beautiful to direct people's view on such phenomena and to perceive that, even if they would perceive maybe a couple of days later that the tree has gone. Yeah, maybe it's in the end an advertising for Vienna and for regulation, which in the end allows things too. If it's not standing in the way, it will have a right to survive.
Well, I think it is what I think what you say, it's that you do this tour and you find out about these trees and places. I mean, we are talking so much about this digital literacy these days, and I think there's a great lack of also natural literacy, so that we actually we can't read nature anymore and do not understand, as you said, why and what plants grow where, what they used to or good for. Or even if you read trees, you have a certain understanding of what's going on with nature. So I think there's a great potential in this. Another angle that I found kind of interesting that also could play with this, you know, Viennese people are very proud about the Vienna woods, but they are, you know, it's the nature that surrounds the city, and I think it's kind of an interesting idea to see the Vienna woods also growing into the city. And as we recently learned from Trump, is that in Austria all cities are wood cities. So by accident, your project became so topped in time. It's incredible.
Yeah, I'm super happy with the comments before me, because they are really pointing out to the crucial aspects of your project. I'd like to congratulate you for the depth of thinking, the depth of research, and also the visualization and the intention you have behind the tours that you are going to provide. In extension, I'd like to somehow hook to the last comment, because I think this attention to the nature within the cities. So I think it grew up in the recent months exponentially. And I think now it's the time to really promote it in a very different way, because those woods, which as we would wish, they should be coming to the city itself. But in which way? I think this is what you are discussing now. And I also extremely appreciated the comment of Lily, that you are uncovering the extreme specificity of Meidling with this tour. And I think this is something also in regards to the tourism. Imagine now the tourists are people from our parts of the city. They're people from other parts of Austria. And for them, because they are living in the country of the woods, obviously, as we were reminded by the great president, I think it's super interesting for them to really start to unravel this layer of the city, which is not there yet. I mean, from our perspective, coming from Ljubljana and previously living in London, the city of Vienna, it's really lacking every day and every street greenery. It's really, you can walk on for several meters, almost kilometers, not really facing one tree whatsoever. So from this perspective, this kind of hidden layer or unplanned layer becomes extremely important. When I was listening to your presentation, to me, it was extremely interesting. I immediately got reminded to the book of Rudowski, Architecture Without Architects, because this is basically, you know, urban landscape without landscape architects and without the planners. And I think this you should somehow highlight. And the second was actually the term as found from Peter and Alison Smithson, because how to highlight something which was not planned, but you are able to unravel and somehow somehow take care of it. And then here it lies something. Okay, there were two groups that I think it's great that they were working with the rules, and because we are really living in this kind of overruled society. Even Europe is overruled, and then we have different degrees within different cities and countries, of course. But it's interesting that, you know, fighting the rules comes came from Brandlhuber a couple of years ago at the Biennale, so from Germany, and now it comes from you guys as well, from Austria. So I think this kind of struggles and being able to acknowledge the fact, which of course is doing a lot of good things for disabled and other people, it's also opening up, should be opening up potential for not 100% planned. And here, so I really appreciate this, you're challenging and visualizing the existing rules, but because there was a lot of discussion where to place your trees in the registry or not, which I think you found the proposed the right way. Through our experience with kind of introducing shared space on a public street in Ljubljana, we didn't have this in our rules as the country allowed. So what they did, the local authorities or our sub-mayor decided that we are going to treat the main street of the city as some sort of temporary experiment. So it's actually not fighting for gray zones, but actually allowing, okay, there is this registry that is as it is, and there is this forbidden things that you should do, but there should be something in the middle, some sort of an experiment that you should, you know, a piece that allows either people to plant in certain areas the trees by themselves. It allows people or institutions to take care of the unplanned trees like your guys. And for those to somehow not become the registered national treasure, but become something that you are aware of, that you can contribute to. Because truly, if this kind of designing more trees in the city should not be the only way to make truly more green Vienna in terms of having more plants. And I would really like from you guys to somehow try to think of this kind of allowed but not registry in order to see the possible potentials of the future. Because I thought, let's say, Vienna Design Week could be the caretaker of certain trees, or even allowing that they are cut down, or every institution or like a person in Meidling, or to be aware of something there, or to plant it somewhere that it was not even meant to be planted. And of course, this is a long-term discussion, but I think that this kind of undesigned layer should be accentuated and should be somehow not only to wait what is going to happen in this kind of cracks in the system, but also somehow to provoke these things, you know, like with the seed bombs. This is a very, very known activist approach that you basically, with all your botanical knowledge now, you could design the seed bombs, or you could actually work with the locals in order to make this a reality, not just to make it this kind of a registry. So I see your work after this as twofold, to go to the authorities in order to somehow find the other possibility, not for registration, to really also make it clear for them that they should be changing the rules in some sort of format. And of course, to find this kind of, you know, through your tours, not only through Meidling, but throughout Vienna, the possibility of the greenery within the cities that even today with all this pandemic, we are all looking forward to every greenery, not only the one that Alyosha has in the wallpaper. So yeah, thank you for your really good project, but I really hope that you're going to continue not with only the awareness and the specificity, but also with some sort of future actions for the planeting crisis, as you were mentioning.
Just to continue the same argument in a little bit different way, and I already said that to the group, to you, and I want to say it again. I think the biggest strength of your project is that you started to change the perception of architects and designers, of us, how we treat or plan the greenery in the city. And it came obvious to us that we so when we're doing next project in our office, I see ourselves already, you know, designing certain cracks that would allow this kind of unplanned to unfold through time in the city. And I think that's kind of an important message of the project to the design community on one side, but also to the people who are regulating the greenery in the city as it is in the case in Vienna.
So we're coming to our last project, but before we go there, just want to make my comments as well. What I really appreciate on this project is the getaway of the human-centered design a bit. This is talk and in the agenda of design for the past years when we address the climate crisis, that when we design, we should design also considering other players, other species, and other, let's say, users of public space, of the city, and so on. That's not just humans, of course. And I really appreciate this fact. And as Tina said, I wish the project will live on and, you know, and impact other districts in Vienna and maybe other cities as well, and how to think green in the city. It's not about just us planting new beautiful gardens, but also to let nature happen the way they come. Yes, so thank you so much, guys, for the project and presentation. I would like to invite the water group, so for the last presentation.
May I add something before that? That today we will have the first tour at 4:30. If anyone has the chance, we would love you to see there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
4:30, Baran?
Yeah, 4:30.
Okay, thank you. Yes, guys, you can share your screen now.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
I'll actually ask to introduce yourselves, huh? To say hello.
Yeah, so we're the water group consisting of Sorana, Maria, Alex, and myself, Daniel. And so
Technical.
Maybe we have some technical problems. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you, but
Yeah,
I
so
think so.
so it's with them. So let's see.
Me too. It's just the group, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah,
Daniel,
up
can you say
here.
something? We cannot hear you. We cannot hear you.
hello.
Yes, now we
Now
can
it's
hear you.
okay. Now it's working. So you can start over. You have 10 minutes. Let's. We are running late, so you have to be precise. We need to discuss about your project. I think it's super important to conclude with that nicely.
Okay, good. We'll start. So we got this name, Water Group, because since day one of the workshop, we were really busy with researching about water as a public resource in the context of Meidling. At the first sight, it is not really obvious that water is a really important part of Meidling. But then when you look at the coat of arms, you see that the heart piece of the coat of arms is actually a mythical notion of a nymph holding two vessels in her hands, which stands for the two thermal sulfur springs, which were found in Meidling a long, long time ago. So below this nymph, you can see a Roman altar stone, which was found during regulations in the Vienna River, which goes back to the early Roman settlement, like 200 BC. So this is the ground stone of Meidling. And then we looked through the whole water history of Meidling, and we found out that those two thermal springs got often lost and found again. So it was really a very important part of the identity and the character of Meidling, and also during the Habsburg Empire, through Maria Theresia, it was used as a very important public resource. And then it kind of faded away, and now we were thinking about what happened to this sulfur water. We found out that Meidling is in one line or one level with other so-called Kurorte, like Oberla, Bad Vöslau, Vöslau, and so on. But now it's kind of crossed out of this map, and we were thinking about what happened. So then we researched more about sulfur water in general. So what's that? And we found out that it has a lot of healing potentials, both in the medical aspect, but also in wellness. You can cure like skin diseases, bone diseases, but you can also use it as a disinfectant, skincare, and so on, also in cosmetics. And we looked also at the bathing rituals. So especially in Theresienbad, they used the springs that are actually cold springs, like 16 degrees, and they used it cold when you can shower first and relax 30 minutes, or they also warmed it up, and then they used it as a steam bath, but just 10 minutes or so, but a little shorter.
We would again like to emphasize the great importance of Theresienbad, not only for Meidling, but for the whole city of Vienna, as it is in fact one of the first thermal baths in the area of Vienna. Sorry. Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit about the actual building, the building which we also use nowadays. Back in the 50s, there was still used sulfur water in 77 new built one-person chambers where you could have this individual experience of sulfur bathing. And then I don't know, you didn't mention it yet, that in the 70s, the sulfur springs were shut down because of the hard maintenance of the furniture and the great competitor in Oberla, which was also a thermal bath with sulfur springs. So nowadays, the Theresienbad is only used for water sports, wellness, and leisure, and the water is actually just clean water pumped from the main water spring of Vienna. Another important element of the Theresienbad are in fact the tiles and the mosaic. This is something like material which kind of gives the character of this bath, and you have as somehow specific the square white tiles and the mosaics. And an interesting fact is the street art of Meidling, so-called street art. There are a lot of mosaics you can see through the whole districts on buildings, telling somehow stories, and on a lot of these mosaics you can see this element of water. We had more talks with guests in Theresienbad, and somehow noticed that this history of sulfur bathing in this bath kind of sank into oblivion. So people don't really know about the existence of sulfur baths in the past. And then we kind of asked ourselves, okay, what happened in this time? Where is the sulfur water? And then we kind of tried to research more and go on the tracks of this history, and by accident interfered with an unexpected place, which kind of gave us the possibility to somehow revive this history, this story. And this accident is actually quite similar to the way it was first found in the 18th century by the Habsburg family, where they also were simply digging for a hole in order to find water for the irrigation of the garden of the palace. And they then just thought, okay, felt the smell, the specific smell of sulfur, and got then confirmed that it had indeed, this water had indeed healing powers. So I'm going to talk about the construction site at the Kometgründe. This also has quite a long history because there were larger groups protesting against this project since 2004. And now 2020, the constructions finally started. And they're now actually working at the excavation pit and constantly pumping out the groundwater out of the ground. And redirecting this water to the Wien River. And by passing by to the construction site, we not only noticed just the pipes, but also an unusual smell, a smell of rotten eggs, which is actually the characteristic smell of sulfur. So then we started somehow speculating, could this water actually be the healing water they used in the past? And because I mean, you also have the quite close distance to the place where they used to use this water in the past. And in order to find more information about this constantly flowing water, we started talking with experts, with the project manager of this excavation pit on the construction site, and several experts from Institute for Water Research, and got in the end the confirmation that it is indeed this sulfur water.
And now we started to with some interventions, first to really see the potential of this place. And as we're going back to this nymph that actually was the protector of the water, she came back to life to protect the water that is to the surface again. So we did this with a couple of prototypes. The first prototype is actually, we tried to test the potential of the visual potential. So we put like a small bucket down there, and it immediately caught the attention of the people going by, because it's like literally like a stage, and from upstairs it's very visual. And the idea of the bucket is that it's gonna struggling to collect the water that is gonna be lost again. Then the second one was like a performance, the performance of the ritual, like embodying literally the nymph and taking with her hands the water through the streets of Meidling. And the third prototype is actually testing this, the material that was also Maria talking about, that we can see in the Theresian bath, and it's literally this symbol, this motif of bathing architecture, and to contrast the dirty canal.
So now I'm talking about our final prototype. It's called, for now, Urban Spa. For our prototype, we chose a system of two square volumes. One functions as a container for the water, the sulfur water, and the other one as a piece of furniture that simultaneously tells the information and the history about this water. The two volumes are set into context and dialogue, what we will also see later on. As a user, we first come closer to an object that is different to all the other generic urban furniture we see in the city. As we come even closer, we can learn about what is it and the history of even this Meidling's thermal springs. The information is graphically set up as a reference to Theresian baths and Meidling's mosaics. A sudden sound of a waterfall reveals a second object, a pool trying to collect the precious sulfur water, which is again a reference to the sulfur baths used in Theresian bath. But what is written there inside this pool? Whenever the waterfall stops, the message cleans up. Here we see some pictures of the prefab progress, because of course these tiles are are super heavy. And then the prototypes during the finish. Here, once again, we see the dialogue of these two volumes. And here in the finished setup with the text and the mirrors on the basin, connecting it to the context. The objects immediately had a strong impact on the users. A lot of people came there to take photographs and Instagram it. On the left picture, you see kids discussing about what it is and later talking to us. The piece of furniture is neither a bench nor a table. It can be a stage, it can be a storyteller. Thanks for your attention. Now we will conclude with a short video.
Thank you, guys. Yes, thank you for the presentation. I would invite Lily to speak first now, since you're super short on time. So we start with you.
Yeah, I'm totally fascinated. No, it was super interesting research, and I like the interventions and the performative aspects, and I mean, I have done some research on Meidling myself, but and I knew that they had found water, but yeah, this was super interesting to learn that, and I think it goes, in my opinion, very much in a direction of what nanotourism has repeatedly tried to do, to find narratives and possibilities and hints maybe on areas where we move, and how we develop new perspectives and insights. So congratulations, and I don't have much to add, and I have to
charge my phone before the power goes off.
Great. Thank you, Lily. Who wants to go first? Maybe Tina?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty incredible, really the narrative and the final execution, what you have been able to pull up in 2 weeks. I think it's remarkable. Also the way you were cleverly explaining the research, the depth of it, but also this kind of performative aspect of how to make it live within the video. What I think we were all reminded again is that about the important relationship between the identity, the identity of the place and the resources. So kind of like a deep ecology, the grounds, and so you have re-established the identity and you really kind of pumped it up on the surface, which was there, but then hidden for some time. And I think this is truly this specificity of this, some sort of a heritage or a fact that once was discovered with the accident. I think that's truly remarkable. The second, I think it was great that you brought this accidental to the discourse. And what could we learn from that? And I think from here onwards, of course, it's incredible the design of your pieces, the precision and the narrative of it, and also this kind of double role of these two pieces. But what I think it's also interesting for the future, it's to see that while this construction is going on, an accident occur, but construction sites are long-term, these are years. And how to basically incorporate that, because this is in no rule book, in no standard yet. So how to incorporate these accidents or problematics, but also potentials that they occur through some sort of changes which are it is in between zones between the existing and then the future project, and how to really tackle this. This, I think it's something that you unraveled as a larger field above the sulfur water and its healing devices. So yeah, congrats to the project, and then hopefully you can tackle the rules and the system within the city also on the construction site, incidents and the potentials of that.
Nice. Petra, I would like to invite you to...
Thank you. Yeah, and I would, first of all, I'm really moved, and I have to say that this project really touched me. And I would like to add to what has just been said. It's a question of lost identity or rediscover of identity. And I think that's really also with the possibilities your project left, like there are different possibilities to deal now with this subject. And I think it's really, really perfectly arranged. And congratulations. And I have to say, I'm really curious now how the construction site will move on with this, and how people of Meidling will take that. Will they be able to incorporate their heritage, their identity? Will it make something? Will it make a change? And yeah, thank you very much for this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Petra. Thomas, I think you want to say something. You have to unmute yourself.
Well, I also just can add to this praise of the project. I think you discovered an amazing story and narrative that needs to be brought back to the Meidling people. Yeah, there's been so much said about the quality of the project in regard to this. I think it's also aesthetically very, very well designed in regard to the performative, and I think also the tube, the graphic, the simplicity of it, but then it together with the water and everything, it has really, really a lot of layers and qualities in this regard. I hope this tub is going to stay there as long as it can, until the next Vienna river flood will carry it away. But I think, and of course, I think water is such a future topic. Next to the trees, I think water is the gold, and to make the Meidling people aware that they are actually sitting on a gold mine should make them aware to this, and also to reconsider the role and the importance of this public bath, not just as a pleasure space, pleasure bath, but also revisiting its importance and its history. So really, congratulations, and I think also in regard to the idea of nanotourism, I think that is a real, very well example of this. I must say. So yeah, congratulations.
Yeah, Thomas, thank you. Aljosa, you want to say a few words?
Oh yes, yeah. I mean, joining up into congratulating to the group, because you did amazing work, and I think this is, at least for me, a proof why I persist in leading this this school from year to year already now for the 7th year, because such discovery is being presented in such a compelling way and influencing other people's minds, like now the juries, and before the people who are seeing it in live, and other people who are going to see your video. I think it's this is kind of a payback to know that we are pushing in the right direction to allow these things to happen. What I want to add to these comments is that since we are speaking about lost and found, and obviously even the building site, eventually if something radically doesn't happen and they try to kind of embed this sulfur water in a spring into garage somewhere, or in the public ground floor or something like that, this specific one that you have found is going to disappear, because it's just a temporary infrastructure of the building site. So the question for your group now is how you're going with your work to preserve this memory and to push this story further on. And I think sadly the video conferencing didn't do well for your video. So the video, I think it's like fantastic, but it was kind of breaking off and so on and so on. So we need to see this video playing somewhere in a public space. So where is this going to be? I think this is something that you have to answer in the next few days of furthering on your project.
Yeah, so before concluding our session, I also would like to say thank you to the group for the hard work. I said it yesterday that I'm super impressed by the level of research and commitment that your group had to the project. And in the end, it pays off, because besides being a great project, it's super consistent from beginning to end. And I was there from the first day when you guys came to the workshop already knowing about the water. But you didn't know that you would find it. So I think it's quite an achievement in 2 weeks. I want also to congratulate on the storytelling skills, because it's more than the performance, it's also the video and this monument that speaks to the people. I would actually go on to emphasize that we need to put German texts in this piece on the bridge, because people are curious about it, and we are speaking just in English there. So I think we should add some tiles in German as well. And if possible, that you guys create maybe a tour, or maybe to invite Dario, who is from the Participatory, to explain to him the story. It should be part of his tour somehow, because he gives this tour around Meidling several times. Maybe he's involved with Vienna Design Week, and it's a chance that your story goes on. So I think this would be my final remarks to the project. For me, it's super emotional time right now, as Thomas knows me, that I get like this when it's the end of a project, but I'm super happy to have been part of this. We meet later in person to drink a little Prosecco and orange juice that we still have. And yes, see you guys later at the Vienna Design Week Centrale. And for me, that's it. Aliosa, if you want to say, I also want to say, of course, I'm sorry, this is the emotional part. I also want to say thank you so much, Thomas, Lily, Tina, Petra, for being with us for such a long time today, but your inputs were super, super valuable. And I think it, planted also a seed in each one of us. And of course, I'm talking about the groups now, to keep going on with these projects. They don't necessarily need to end today. They all have possibilities to keep going on if you guys choose to do so. So thank you so much for your inputs. And thank you, Aliosa, for inviting me to be part of this crazy journey. It's really intense.
Absolutely, you're welcome. I would like to kind of give the word to the jury for the last any comments. If anybody want to say something to wrap it up. Maybe Thomas.
Okay, I don't know who else is left. So yeah, well, I just can't add that much more what Aline already said, and we have to thank you being invited to this jury, to this presentation. I think all 5 projects have been discovered or disclosed extremely valuable points in regard also to look at this from the nanotouristic approach. I think it's incredible to see the quality and the results of work within 2 weeks' time. And I'm happy and also proud as one of the founders of Vienna Design Week that you have the opportunity to present your work there and that you're part of Vienna Design Week. And I think these are particularly the projects that also the local people, the Viennese people, are very much interested in, because they learn about their own city, and in particular the Meidlingers about their own quarter. So yeah, thanks a lot, and curious to see what is going to happen with one or the other project, if it has an afterlife after the workshop. In any case, I think this is a real school, so you learn a lot, as I can imagine, and get even more specific knowledge in the research fields that you have worked with. So congratulations, and thanks for being with you for this presentation. I would so much enjoy to join you for the drinks, but I can't.
Thanks.
Well, in addition to what Thomas said, and as much as I'd love to have a drink with you, Thomas, I have to sneak to Festival Centrale to raise a glass with you, because it's not the privilege of you being able to exhibit at Vienna Design Week. It is our privilege that so many talented people have dedicated so much time in the past weeks to look at the festival and its structure, to look at the area that we have chosen. So yeah, I mean, I must say it was a long 4.5 hours, but so interesting and so different approaches and so many new perspectives. So I'm really happy to have had this time with all of you, and thanks for your projects, and I hope we can make as much visible of what you have done in the upcoming days of the festival. Thank you to Alyosha and Jakob and Alina and everyone for the preparation work and for the discussions we've had in the past months, including you in the festival this year. It was a really good experience. Thanks to everyone.
could become like a permanent part of Vienna Design Week, discovering all the quarters with this intense research?
Absolutely. No, we choose the next focus district with you, and you start the groundbreaking process.
Yeah, it could be, because I know nothing of the second district where I live, for example. I know much more about Meidling right now.
Thanks. Petra, you're still with us?
Yeah, I'm still here. But for me, I have to admit, it was such a valuable time because it broadened my personal horizon, and I think that's the best point, and that's the best thing a project can do. Thank you very much to all groups. It was really, really, really interesting and personal enrichment. Thank you.
Thanks. Tina?
Yeah, thank you for inviting me again to the final jury. It's always great to see how this kind of nanotourism evolves. I think it's in this year, it was so specific and so special that this kind of hyper locality interest of Vienna Design Week, you were able to merge in this kind of fruitful collaboration. And you see that it's enormous amount of pre-preparation needed for something like that to unravel in 2 weeks' time. So congrats to all of you for organizing this and to really push together with Lili and her team to reach the level that you did together with the students. I would like again to congratulate all 5 groups. It's the first time that there are 5 groups. I used to be 4 groups. I think you made such a change on a certain territory, on the identity, on the resources, that it would be, I mean, I would really like to encourage you not to let it go. First, to be as powerful as you were in the last 2 exhausting weeks. I know how it is. I had the opportunity to teach the first edition of this school. I know you're exhausted, but congrats to all the hours and intention of your thinking and also physical work that you brought. But you need to carry on first through the power of the Vienna Design Week and then afterwards. And I think this is how you somehow prove that with your interventions and your critical thinking, you can contribute to the better planet and to the new version of tourism, where the residents become tourists in their own cities, because this is going to be the reality in the next year and then probably a little bit more. And I think this is such an opportunity also for local strategies of where the tourists will go into this kind of hyper locality and also the interest of locals in their own heritage. So congrats to everyone. I'm super happy and inspired, and I learned so much about trees, water. So this literacy level, it's actually piling up, and that's the best we could get. Thank you.
Thanks, I want to also invite Jakob and Amanda to say something and to really thank them for their hard work for the past 2 weeks and even before. Jakob works with nanotourism since forever, and he's doing his PhD on that. And I would like you guys to say something about our finals, because you know you're so quiet the whole time. So maybe it's...
before Jakob has his turn, which I think he has to have it, I just like to say that I'm super happy that finally AA Nanotourism was intensely also through the visiting school connected to TU Vienna, because nanotourism was researched with Jakob through several seminars, and I tried to do my best in terms of design studios, but this was a very, very specific thing. But obviously, just to somehow give some additional praise to Jakob, your previous work, which you had with students in the previous semesters, when you were unraveling the characteristics of nanotourism, gave enormous amount of good ground for some of those students to be also participants in this year's visiting school, and also to somehow broaden up the theoretical level of that. So yeah, Jakob, congrats to this, and I hope this collaboration with TU Wien and your PhD is going to deepen.
Yeah, thanks everybody. I don't know exactly what to say. yeah, it was really a pleasure to be part of the process this past 2 weeks. And as Tina said, I think the process started way before, which I think will also prolong into the future and hopefully also on different platforms. I can only subscribe to what also Tina said, that this year I think was one of the iterations of the visiting school where also at least us two as mentors, or now also with Aline, we became tourists in our own environment. And I've been living in Vienna since 10 years. And, you know, after 10 years, you get kind of bored of certain things and you know all the corners and so on. But I think it's precisely because of projects like these that you start getting more and more interested into also the hidden parts of the city that are not spoken of, that don't have a voice and that don't have the narrative that traditional tourist, let's say, places have. And I think they deserve that, and I think that's all the more reason to continue with that.
Mm-hmm.
So thanks again.
Yeah, thanks, Jaka. Well, I would like to extend my thanks first to the jury, to Petra, Lili, Tina, and Thomas. I think we have got extremely valuable comments. And you've opened up our eyes with your fresh minds also to other aspects that we have been discussing around the project for the past 2 weeks very intensively. So very, very important feedback that you have gave to us. So thanks a lot. Then second, I would like to thank to all the students, the participants. I must say, what Jaka, maybe you've already hinted it, that you are one of the strongest group as a student intellectually since the beginning that we have had. So every one of you had like a very strong opinion about things that we were discussing, and you were critical all the time, and you were pushing hard in every possible direction. So I think you should be proud on yourselves to be consistently and so intensely working for the past 2 weeks, and that you have been producing these projects, which each one of them, it has a certain very specific relevance to the topics that have been opened. I have to thank also to Amanda and Jakob, because you were the ones who physically made it possible for this workshop to actually happen here this year. You have been working way before we have started to work together in that space in Meidling, and really have made kind of an extreme effort to make this possible, especially in the situation as we have found ourselves now with all the restrictions that are happening in our lives due to the pandemic. And lastly, I think, Alina, I've learned. I'm really happy that I did this conversation in teaching with you this year. As you know, there is this kind of concept of the visiting school that every time there is an invited co-teacher that's part of this very specific process. And I think it's like super nice having you through all of this 2 weeks of an intense working, and I think it kind of overgrew into friendship. And I must say, I really learned quite a great deal of how you can look at the projects in a different way, as an architect or professional would do from my point of view, and how you can open up topics and relate them to all the other aspects of society and culture, as you have been doing it through the past 2 weeks. So thanks a lot of bearing with us and pushing this energy in. I know it's like demands a lot of time, as it's kind of super intensive. So,
wow,
yeah.
I'm gonna cry. But look, I have to be the clock woman now, and we are right on time. So we said we would finish at 2:30, and it's 2:35 right now, 2:36. So I would like to just wrap up, and we see each other at the Centrale soon. Is it okay? Look, my voice. We say goodbye.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you.
See you in half an hour in Festival Centrale, or 20 minutes. I'm heading now.
Okay, see you soon. Ciao.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Are we continuing with a jury decision, or how does it work?
No, it's done. We don't need to do any awards or grading or anything. I think the jury's most important is to kind of give feedback to every project.
I see.
Okay. So no pressure on making any decisions.
Excellent.
That's good. Huh?
So I'll be at I have a tour at the Festival Centrale starting at 4, so I'll try to sneak in a new video.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. That's great. So we can, you know, I mean, we cannot hug each other, but at least being there and sharing smiles. Okay. Bye bye.
See you later. Bye.
Thanks.